I wait 10,000 bit, or kbs, kilobytes. Fantastic. That worked perfectly. You know what they say, first time's the charm. Yeah, see, it isn't even version 3, this is version 1. There weren't even any other versions. I might share this around then, seeing as how I've kicked most of the chat now, once or twice. Third time is the charm. Yeah. Where would I share this? I'll throw it in community. Oh wait, no, I already have a thing. Okay, whatever. I'll talk here and then people can join over time, I figure. Yeah. Do I want to do that? Maybe. I'm contemplating. I have options. Actually, if there's anyone in the chat... Oh, there are people in the chat, okay. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Awesome. Hello, new people. Hello, some former people. Yeah, so this is going to be something interesting. Something people haven't seen in quite a while. It's called the State of Camelot. And essentially, it's like a planning thing, where I address all of the Alliance's problems and then how we're going to overcome them. And I'm sure people have seen recently, we've encountered a lot of very interesting problems. Yeah, only waiting for me. Yeah. But yeah, we have all these interesting problems, and most alliances like to keep their planning somewhat private. I don't really believe in that. I think most things are pretty easy to figure out, and spies can get most of the rest. So you might as well tell people what you're doing, and then other people can help you accomplish it. And yeah, so that's the plan. And I will flip over to a very cool... Leakers plan, someone's going to ruin them. That's the amazing part. I think the funnest part about leaking your plans, to some extent, is saying, this is our plan, try and stop me. And a lot of the time they cannot. It's what makes it so fun. So I'm going to switch over. This is essentially our plan, broken down into a series of categories. So we have the economic categories, the diplomatic categories, and the military categories. We'll start with probably the diplomatic, just because that's where most people are interested. And I have a few notes, but then I will sort of take some questions on them, because they're more like guidelines. I'm so screwed. Maybe. Okay, so MAD. Mutually Assured Destruction. People have heard of it before. Oh, actually, I guess I should talk about why we're in this position first, because then otherwise... Like, if you're watching this back, you probably don't know what's happening. In short, we were attacked by some mercenaries called Myrmidons, and then we ended up being broke, so we attacked the fighting pacifists along with Arg to make money. Didn't work out entirely, but the fighting pacifists got completely obliterated, which was hilarious. And then Rose tried to organize the top 50 alliances into a single... global police to roll us out of the game. And, like, that seems like an exaggeration, but it's not. I have it in my notes. There's like a whole string of things they tried to do. They tried to embargo us. They tried to make all of the alliances agree they wouldn't work with us. They tried to remove us from all the do not raid lists, so that way all of, like, their members could just raid us 24/7. And then they were going to remove our leadership and then impose their own, like, puppet leaders in our place. What the hell? Like, it is insane. It is ludicrous. If you told people, like, 5 years ago this was happening, they would be like, no, that's not real. That will never happen. Not only would it never happen, if it happened at the highest level, the smallest alliances would never hear about it. There would be so much moralizing going on. It is crazy. It is crazy that they think they can do it to us. And the reason we have leaks of this is because there's so many people involved, and so many of them object to it. They're just like, this is completely ridiculous. Like, why would we do this to any alliance? Why would we give Rose the power to just, like, obliterate one of their enemies and just remove them from the game? It is Yeah, it's ludicrous. Anyway, that's the preface. That's why this is happening. So this is our plan to basically go up against the whole game and then win. It's a bold plan, we will call it. But yeah, mutually assured destruction. We'll start there because that is it's captivating. So it looks like Rose has trapped us, and they have. No denying that. However, we're not trapped in here with them. They're trapped in here with us. If Rose wants us to be permanently at war, then we will be permanently at war with them. It's a pretty simple plan, I must admit. Doesn't involve a huge amount of agency on our part. I expect they will take 3 to 6 months to get this war out of their system and to sort of leave us alone. They'll try and offload it onto the rest of the game to deal with, like they're doing right now. But yeah, in the meantime, we'll nuke, we'll raid, we'll have fun with them. Number 2, the opportune moments. I love this vocabulary because it's something that I said once, and then everyone repeats it, so I've changed the language of the game again. So Rose wants to completely isolate us, right? They don't want us to work with anyone ever again, and that will work 90% of the time, because they're very influential. However, 10% of the time, people will, because they need our help. So in these opportune moments, we will help them in exchange for diplomatic and economic resources. An example of this might be a global war. So let's say in like a month, the Syndicate and Eclipse go to war. One of them is going to need numbers, and we can help them in exchange. And then 3 months from then, maybe Rose needs help against the Syndicate. And even though we are staunch enemies of Rose, well, we have numbers, so they will need our help. And we might help them. That's the fun part about this, that we can sort of maneuver and we can use these opportune moments to weaken our opponent, to strengthen their enemies, to improve our own position, to alleviate the restrictions they've placed on us, and to create restrictions on them. That's the point of the opportune moment, that everything has a time. Number 3, isolation. So this is not the first time that Rose has isolated us in this game. They did the exact same thing in 2021, and we had no major allies for years. Everyone in the game thought we were doomed, because no other alliance had ever survived it. They were all wrong. We came back bigger, stronger, smarter, hopefully, and we're going to do it again, right? So we're just going to continue persevering, and it doesn't really matter if we're isolated because we were for such a long time and it didn't affect our growth. If anything, we grew faster when we were by ourselves than we did in the spheres. And we've made a lot of those arguments in the past, so I don't need to go over them too much. If you have any questions about the diplomatic stuff, though, feel free to throw them in the chat, and then I'll answer them now before we move on to military and economic stuff. Yes, bingo, yep. So we're basically turning Camelot into a giant pirate/mercenary alliance. That may sound completely crazy, but it's not. That was actually the original design of the alliance back in 2021. And we didn't quite manage to get it working, but we were in a lot weaker position back then. Whereas now, I think in 2021, most of the game was willing to listen to Rose. They were like, well, maybe this alliance has done something bad, because they hadn't worked with us. But now we've worked with most alliances, and they just know that's not the case. So even though Rose has united everyone in this global police, they call it the Geneva Convention, which is really bold of them, very arrogant. But most alliances are actually not interested in participating in it. So they've said, we're not going to embargo you, and yeah, we'll work with you when we need to. So yeah, I don't think the isolation will work a ton, and I think, yeah, we'll turn into a very effective mercenary company. And the great thing about being sort of mercenaries in politics and war is it depends on how high you can get the contracts and how frequent you can get them. But if you can nail that sweet spot, you're basically not losing any money. Like versus farming and raiding, like, you're just not losing money. Like, look at ARG, for example. We made 30 billion off a single nuke auction, right? Camelot did 90% of the damage in that auction, and it's profitable. So we could repeat that same auction every week. Or every month, if we don't want to diminish it too much. We want to keep the prices high. But yeah, we can just continue running these. And what's amazing about it too is we build this relationship up with ARG and with Myrmidons and with these other mercenary alliances, where we can go to them and we can say, hey, you can run this auction, you can run this event, have all the fun with it you want, and we'll join and we'll do 80% of your damage for like 60% of the cost, right? So we can mercenary for the mercenaries. It is a very interesting future. I think it is one of the most interesting futures, and I'll get into that more with the economic and the military, because we're going to be doing some things that no other alliance has done, period. Military not so much, but definitely on the economic side we are. So I'll jump into military, unless anyone has any other cool questions. I assume not. Okay, so raiding. No one has ever seen a pirate alliance with the level of organization we have. We are not going to be 180 pirates. We are going to be one pirate with 3,000 cities, and no nation or alliance in this game is prepared for that. I won't sugarcoat it though. We will suck at first. Raiding takes time and skill, but if we optimize it, we will be growing faster than most big alliances, while also setting them all back. Right? Every dollar that we take from a mayhem is a dollar that they can't spend themselves. Right? Every dollar we take from our enemies is one we can use and they cannot. So that's a fun one. Raiding is going to be big. It's going to be tough though. I mean, raiding in high tier, not always the most fun. Anyway, no losses. So that's right at the bottom there. So there is no way to lose this game. You can have no infrastructure, no money, and no units, and be blockaded by 8 enemies, and in a day, we can solve that, and you'll be looting the resources you need and nuking your opponents. There is no reason to quit unless you have something happen in real life, in which case, there are friendly alliances you can join where your nation will earn passive income. When you return to the game, you can use that to grow yourself and others. I'll answer some questions now, but before I do, I want to make one more note on that. People think that you can restrict where Camelot members are going. You can't for a few reasons. Number one is counterintelligence is a very fun sport. So if you accept a Camelot member and there is a non-zero chance we will blow up your alliance. There's just something that you need to know the risk of. Number two is if they're producing raws and being on high tax, you really can't affect them. And 3, if they join a neutral alliance, are you really going to kick down doors and then say, you can't have that city 30? It won't work. Even if most of the game was on board, it wouldn't work. So yeah, that's no losses. But let's answer some questions. So allying with people who've had a strictly non-alliance policy for 5 years. Yes. So this is a huge misconception about paperless. Paperless alliances sign, or they have agreements. We have guarantees. We have essentially promises. ARG, Terminus Est, Rosway, Imperia is another one. That Nordic alliance, the Viking one. Typhon. There have been a number of paperless alliances and pirate alliances that have worked together informally in what you'd actually call pirate spheres or pirate coalitions. Samurai was actually involved in one with ARG for several months at one point. So essentially we would be building a pirate sphere, right? So you would have Camelot becoming the largest pirate alliance in the game, Samurai the second largest, and then potentially we could work with, on a looser basis, alliances like ARG or Freeman or these other smaller pirate alliances. And yeah, just work on them, or work with them on huge projects, which is kind of cool. Will this mean Camelot is locking in with raiding often and deleting info with the power of nukes? Yeah, so this is basically laying out our plan for the next 12 months and saying Rose is probably going to hold us down for the next 3 to 6 months, and then after that, they're just going to keep blowing us up, or blowing up our info with proxies. So there's no real reason to rebuild. The only way we're going to survive in this game is if we adapt and find a strategy to keep growing and competing and fighting without farming. That may sound very strange to most people, but it is a strategy that we can employ, and we're going to try and employ it as best we can, and I think we'll succeed. But yep, I'll go to the next 2 points, because this talks a little bit about nuking and about sort of conventional warfare. So for conventional, we have proven that fighting with military is super effective for pirates. We obliterated TFP, and we weren't even giving it our all. We're going to do that again. The question is just when, and my guess is in like 3 months. So Rose will want to sit on us for a long time, and we can't rebuild military during that time because it will just be destroyed, and that's a waste of resources. There will, however, be exceptions to this. Like, I think right now, a lot of us are still able to rebuild military because Rose is just mass Beijing us. And while I'm here, actually, I'm going to see if I can add some of the stats that we had on TFP. Because those stats were insane. Okay, where am I thinking of? Where would it be? How about... Oh, nice, that worked. Perfection. Okay, so this is TFP. And can I scroll? I guess I'll just try and do it this way. So this is within like the first 24 hours. Look at how many people were zeroed. It is just a wall of red. They lost 60 billion in like 24 hours. It was devastating. I don't think I've seen any alliance like that collapse. And what's really important to know here is that TFP saw it coming, right? So they knew we were going to attack them. They'd militarized a bunch of people in the high tier, as you can see with like the high tank counts. It just didn't matter. They got completely rolled over. And yeah, ARG went against Weabonism or whatever, and they didn't militarize at all. They didn't do a ton of damage, no offense to them. If they had militarized, they would have. So we're going to teach the pirates a few things. They're going to teach us a few things. Next up, nuking. So we are in the process of dropping 1,000 nukes on Rose. 70 billion worth of nukes in our estimates. That's a lot, and it's super effective. However, it's also twice as expensive as it used to be, which means we will need to raid the resources necessary for nukes, and also fundraise them. As I mentioned earlier, we're basically going to do continuous nuke auctions or sort of contracts to accomplish that. But yeah, raiding is really difficult, so I think we're also going to have to try and pioneer some new strategies, especially for high-tier raiding, because to my knowledge, it hasn't been super profitable in the past. Any other questions on that front? Or should we jump to the final one, the economic one? Okay, I will assume not. So, debt. So we have debts to some players and alliances, and we're going to try and pay these off over time. It will depend on how profitable we can make our rating, though. I think we have around 35, 40 billion in debt now. We paid off a lot of it, in fairness. Yeah, it's going to be challenging. That is not a small amount. Yeah, 1,000 nukes. I think we still have about 700 or 800. Rose is spying about 3 a day per, like 50 nations. So, yeah, they will eat away like 10 or 20% of them, at least. That's a lowball estimate. They probably closer to 300. But we're still going to drop like 700 of them. So, very impressive, I think. War chest and trade. Trade is the less spicy one. So embargoes are useless. I will try and bring this up, actually, because it is interesting. 1 second. I'm not looking for my own post. I'm looking for theirs. Where is he? George Clooney taking a stand. So part of Rose's plan is to enact a giant embargo on Camelot, to take advantage of the fact that we were relatively poor when we entered the war, and we didn't have many manufactured resources, so we were buying off the market. I think this put it into their head that, like, we couldn't trade privately, and that, I don't know, like embargoes would actually work. They won't, for a variety of reasons. But yeah, embargoes are useless. So we have a dozen people and half a dozen alliances that are actively circumventing them for us right now, just for the memes. I think Rose is contributing about 80% of our manufactured resources, which is a little bit funny since they are embargoing us. So if alliance transactions were public, like we proposed years ago, we would be doomed. Like, genuinely doomed. They could just cut off all of the sources. However, they're not. Rose helped argue against that particular update. So, congrats. Thank you very much. The moment a resource enters an alliance bank, no one knows where it's going, and they can't track it. Even if they could, they can't enforce it. So, yeah, we're fine. Embargoes won't affect us at all. Finally, we have War Chest. War Chest is a very interesting one. This is one that pirates haven't seen before. So resources have a purpose. We use them to do bigger and cooler things in the game. Buying City 40 is pretty cool, but funding a whole alliance war is even cooler. We're going to collectivize all our loot and our war chests to some extent. So that way we all have the resources we need to do stuff. If you're active and interested, you should be able to play the game. And we're going to help you do that while growing ourselves. This probably takes the form of a tax on deposits, and we might offer more benefits for people contributing a lot. No pirate alliance has done this before, so even the idea is revolutionary. Some members of ARG might even say it's not piracy at that point, and we reject that completely. If you're on a pirate ship and you loot an enemy ship, you don't take all the treasure for yourself. You divide it among the crew according to their contribution, with a little set aside for maintaining the ships. Or the ship. So, that I think is going to be the biggest bombshell, because we don't exactly know how we're going to do it yet, but we know what shape it's probably going to take. And we have enough resources to last quite a while and to ease that transition into becoming proper pirates, as well as building up that initial stockpile. What alliance do you see as your biggest threat? Well, I mean Rose, probably, because they are organizing the entire game against us. But in this instance, I mean, there is no threat. That's what's going to be so fun about this. Rose can at most, I think, annoy us a little bit, but that's pretty much it. Like, are they realistically going to sit on us for the next year? No. So, we'll make it through, and we can then start pirating and fighting and having other fun in the game. This is also going to be some pretty cool content for all of you guys, because it means that I'm going to be constantly doing different things in the game. Instead of just like sitting and farming or like reporting on the latest global war, I can go out and I can, do things. I can lead this pirate alliance against another. I can fight in this war that we otherwise wouldn't be a part of. So we get all of this insight and this engagement with the game that you don't typically get in a farming alliance. So far, I think we've been polling members on sort of who wants to be more active in the game and who wants to sort of farm, and I think most of the players have come back and said, yeah, we would like to do more. Like, it's only 5 or 10 minutes a day where they just log in and they, like, attack people in their wars, and then they can read about what's happening. It's more interesting, I think, than just hitting City 30 once every year, You rose after watching this, doing it for 2 years. Yeah, I would wonder about that one. There have been some pretty notorious, like, grudge matches and very long wars in this game, and I think when people enter them, they enter them with the expectation that it will end in a week, or they enter them with the expectation that, oh, it'll only go 6 months at most. With this adaptation, or this adjustment, I think, we're basically saying, we can keep this going for as long as we want to keep this going. Like, this is no longer something that Rose controls. And that, I think, does spook them. I think they cottoned on very quickly, or not that quickly, but they cottoned on before we attacked them, that this was suddenly out of their control, that they had messed up seriously. And I think that is something they're going to think back on quite a few times. But yeah, so that is just a pretty vague outline. Well, it's not quite so vague. It is semi-detailed outline of what our plan would be. If anyone has any more comments or questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but otherwise I was going to keep this relatively brief. Actually, I'm kind of curious how many people are watching. Oh, we have 15. Wow, that's quite something. I wonder how many from each alliance. How much poll power do you believe Camelot has considering your size, and what do you believe your odds are winning against a united front led by Rose? Well, I will disclose this because it's a lot of fun. In the Geneva Convention chat or server or whatever, there's a lot of different alliances with a lot of different competing beliefs. And occasionally things will leak out, particularly when they have comments on our capabilities. I think there's been like some other stuff that hasn't leaked out, frankly, but especially capabilities, they do discuss that. They know they cannot actually stop us. So initially they thought, oh, we can stop with them with the power of reputation, right? So we can say, oh, those are the black sheep and no one's allowed to work with them. And they realized, no, we've already done that to Camelot. We can't actually stop them with that. And then they thought, we can cut them off financially. And then they were like, no one's really going to enforce that, and like they can just raid, so that's not going to work either. And they were like, well, we can stop them militarily. And it's like, and great expense, right? It's such a huge expense that it would set Rose back like 1 or 2 ranks on the leaderboard. So I think we are the only alliance that can challenge the whole game, or is willing to challenge the whole game, and the only one that stands a chance of winning, right? We have the confidence to try it and the skill to do it. Thoughts on Name Withheld? I have not heard much from Name Withheld. I've heard... Oh, Name Withheld traded coup Gator. That was it. That was the last thing I heard about them. They were pulling a Russia, supposedly, in their own words, on Gator. Which, this is wild to me. This is so stupid. So, what's it called? Name Withheld tried to coup Gator, right? We objected to that. We said that's a terrible idea. You shouldn't do that. World Task Force, allied to Gator, earlier this week sided with Name Withheld and Rose, and said that they should replace all of Camelot's leaders. It just boggles my mind that like that was unacceptable against our ally, but it's also acceptable against our recent former ally. Yeah, well, are Camelot going to raid long term? Yes, for the next probably year, I would expect. At least the next 3-6 months. Yeah, at least 3-6 months. Do you think morale of your men would decay over time as you're being rolled? What would be the odds then? It depends. I think we will lose probably 30% of the alliance. I would expect 30%. But I think the remaining 60% has seen it before. Like, most people, I think... How do I put it? Most alliances fight for about a month. I think you've seen that and you've experienced that. Camelot typically hasn't done that. So from 2021 to 2023, we were in a state of almost permanent warfare, right? So we would just constantly be raided and then we would keep fighting them off. From like 2023 to 2025, whenever we had a war, it was always a really, really long war. So we had the MPO War, which lasted 6 months, and then we had a few pirate wars, which lasted like 3 months each. And then this current war, we've been fighting since the end of November. Like, we've had brief breaks in between, but like really nothing. Because we were fighting from November to December, December to January. January we had a break, but Samurai didn't because they were fighting Antarctica. Then in February we had a break. March, then we had another war with Rose. And then, what was it, May? Or April. April we had another break, and then in May we were fighting Myrmidon. Most of May, but half of May. So now we're fighting Rose again. Like, we really haven't had much of a break. I think morale is actually still really high. It's impressively high. I thought it would be lower. Can you have 30%? No. Oh, maybe. Actually, I'll have to think on it. Because, some people are going to get burnt out. and then we'll have a think on what they can do. But yeah, who knows? It's a lot of fun. I do not think we're going to have a morale problem. It's actually something they discussed in the server, supposedly, that they were saying that they couldn't remove our leadership because that the members were supportive of us or something. I don't know how much of that is real, though. I know that some people were telling me things in that chat which were not true, and other parts were, so yeah, who knows, you know? Thoughts on RL? That's Republic of Libertas, right? I mean, you guys haven't embargoed us, so, like, I'm pretty happy with Libertas. If they, yeah, if they stay neutral, I'm pleased. I try not to comment on alliance histories too much, when that is not always reflective of their modern governments. Who am I thinking of speaking to? What is this? Firewolf versus the... No, did he post? I will... No way. This is not gonna look good. Naturally, Firewolf joins us the minute before he posts something insane. Okay, I mean, it doesn't look that bad. And, like, just eyeballing it. He's angry at soup people. I don't care about soup people. I hope he does well. I thought he was gonna go, like, full on this people. Thoughts on Tau, the Aegis Order. You guys caused so many problems. They like to cause chaos, but mad respect that they were willing to, like, jump into TFP and jump into Rose with, like, very little information. They were like, you guys need to fight them? Okay, we're in. And I mean, they've done very well. I think they've performed exceptionally well. I don't think I've seen them in the stats, but I mean, I can get that added later. How many people are still listening? Damn, still quite a lot. I need to live stream more, then I can solve my, what's it called, my watch time problem. It's a bit disappointing that, like, people have stopped engaging so much on the forums and on Discord. Like, they initially started out very strong by, like, coming up with these narratives, and then I think the narratives kind of got demolished. I think they've kind of given up on arguing in public, which is a bit disappointing. You know, because those initial, like, 36 hours were some of the most interesting and engaging, like, political discussion this game has had in, like, 10 years. Easily. How well of a chance do you think Cam would have if Rose was to unify a bigger team, let's say the top 4, or let's say 4 top 10 alliances at least? So Rose did this in 2021, and they had the top 10 alliances on board, right? So I think the plan with this one was to get the top 50 alliances on board, because they recognized that if even the smaller alliances worked with us, they wouldn't be able to affect their policy. So my belief, I think, is that they just don't have the numbers for it. And even if they did have the numbers for it, even if they had the whole top 50, we would still stand a very good chance of winning. So I don't think they really stand a chance at all. That's my view on it, though. I could be wrong. You know, we could get completely obliterated. I have not raided in quite a while, so a certain amount of this is optimism. Oh, actually, I forgot. There was one other thing that I wanted to say. I put this in my notes. Oh, actually, yeah, we'll talk about this first. So, do you believe Rose would be able to tarnish the reputation of Camelot enough to have you disband? No. They've already said that in the the Geneva chats, supposedly. They've said there is no way to destroy Camelot's reputation because the members believe in each other. And, I mean, it's pretty obvious to see why, right? Like, if you look at things through Camelot's perspective, we got hit by Myrmidons, who was attacking us for the reason of, or because of Rose, right? They just said they were because of Rose. So all of the members felt that. Like, they all got rolled. So they saw our reasons, right? They lived it. It's very hard for Rose to convince them that didn't happen and that there were no justifications. Yeah, so I think that by itself, very hard to convince them just on the arguments. But also, like, yeah, we've been in our own corner of the game for such a long time. Like, Rose has tried to destroy our reputation dozens of times. It's not going to work this time, especially not when, like, 50% of the game is on our side. Even, like, historical, like, adversaries of Camelot have actually come out and said, like, you may not like them, but they're kind of in the right, or they have a pretty decent argument. So yeah, I don't think that'll work. Oh, but yes, what I was going to say as well. There are lots of very capable and talented pirates, former and present. We would love their help, right? So if you're an ARG and you have a ton of experience and you think, I can help train Camelot to be better pirates, come and work with us, because we're going to try a bunch of new things, and we're going to be helping develop the pirate scene in Politics and War a ton, right? We're going to make this niche much, much bigger. Even if you don't like us, right, we're going to grow the niche. And a rising tide floats all boats, right? Or raises all ships? Damn, I need to find my notes. I was just thinking of this yesterday. It's a, like, JFK quote or something. Let me see. Yeah, it is. A rising tide lifts all boats. Yeah. When we improve, then it will cause ARG and other pirate alliances to improve. When we show what's possible, then other people will follow. And that will make the whole paperless scene way more vibrant and interesting. And it is currently a great time to do it, right? Because the whales have been kind of slowed down at the very top end, and there's a lot of very squishy alliances between City 10 and City 40, right? There's a lot of potential there to make a lot of loot and make a lot of content. Most of the top 50 alliances support Camelot or do not support Rose. I agree. I think that most alliances, even if they're not huge fans of ours, at the very least, do not support Rose. They see us as a way more interesting force. I know some people actually have just called us, like, well, Camelot is the force of chaos, and Rose is the force of order. Games have been destroyed by a force trying to impose order and trying to squash out interesting stories. But a game has never been destroyed through the creation of chaos. So you're going to supersede what ARG once was. I think ARG has its place in this game, and it is a very independent alliance. Camelot as a pirate alliance would function extremely differently. I think we would be much closer to something like Terminus Est. And I think you've actually seen that a bit in how we organize our wars. Like, when we declared war on Rose and TFP, we actually put out polls. So we said, who do the members want us to attack? That is so cool. ARG really has never done that. But that was something Terminus Est used to do. So they used to do a member poll, and they said, who do you want us to fight? And then the members would vote Rose, and then they would attack Rose. So yeah, that would be really wicked. That's a form of democracy that no other alliance in this game that I know of has done. If you want to join an alliance that's new, so far not hated, and want help growing, join Five Eyes. The Five Eyes. Interesting. Yeah, maybe. Nobody wants to join your trash now. I'm just reading that out. That's harsh. Would you really consider that support then, if you were a support based on despising the opposition rather than being in support of the ideals? Yes and no. I'm going to pull something up. Where would it be? I think it would be on page... Oh, no, it would be in Orbis Central. So, on norms in the social contract. So we could say there are 3 types of support and opposition, right? We have the innate support and opposition, so do you like that alliance, do you not like that alliance? In which case I think we receive much more support than Rose, because people don't like Rose that much. Even if they don't like us, they dislike Rose more. Then you have the influence-based preference on which alliance can offer you more. So Rose is significantly more powerful than us in that category. And then you have sort of the argument-based support. And I think our argument actually attracts a lot more support than Rose's argument, because our argument is a lot more coherent and consistent. So I think this is a summary of our argument here that talks more about norms and their application in politics and war. I'll try and break down the higher level of it though, because I think most people don't understand this, and they're getting a bit confused by it in public servers. So essentially it's a clash of worldviews. So Rose is arguing that the game is built on this normative, you could argue a liberal order, right? It's a rules-based international order. Whereas Camelot's saying that's not true, and that the game is a realist self-help system, right? So if some alliance wrongs you, Rose says, well, the game should team up to defeat the alliance that has wronged you. Whereas Camelot is saying, if someone wrongs you, the obligation is then on you to actually solve that problem. And that in practice, Rose says that it's working with the whole game, but in reality it's not. It's actually a similar argument to, there are some Americans, I guess, that argue for realism and global liberalism. So you can compare the arguments there. And I think the realist argument is just manifestly true in politics and war. It's not a commentary on real life, it's just that is manifestly true in politics and war. If your alliance gets raided, you can't appeal to someone to say the raider, you shouldn't have raided me, Alex, stop them. You have to do something about it yourself. What speaks for and against you is along with Rose. Yeah, so I would say ours is just more reflective of the game in practice. And so our argument is that, well, I'll scroll down here. Here it is. Our cause is attracting sympathy precisely because the offense is so small and the punishment is so great. And where is it? Here it is. So we're basically arguing that norms are these sorts of individual things, right? They're not universals. So if Myrmidon, for example, breaks its nap with us, we need to go and deal with Myrmidon as an alliance that can't be trusted. But that doesn't mean that, if Grumpy still supports Myrmidon or still trades with them, that doesn't mean Grumpy's suddenly an outbreaker. It means we have to keep different relationships with different alliances. If Arg raids you, for instance, that is a violation of traditional norms, we could say. Does that mean, because Arg raided you, that you have to treat Yara differently, right, their bank? No, not really. I mean, they're different alliances. You treat them with different standards. So that's our position. Rose is applying some sort of universalism, where if one alliance wrongs you, then the entire game has to respond. And if they don't, then they're all culpable. Rose is fighting to stay on top, Cam is fighting because they have nothing else to do. I think that is an interesting perspective. It's not wrong. I think that there's definitely a part of that. So Rose is in this competition where they're trying to win the game, essentially. And Camelot doesn't really have that objective. It's just trying to exist and create some interesting stories in the game. So yeah, Rose would never contemplate becoming a pirate alliance, but that is something that Camelot is more than willing to attempt. Actually, I made that disappear. Calling the PNW police. Yep, I've heard them called the global police. I've heard them called the Geneva Convention is an interesting one, and There's another one. Oh, Peace Mode Coalition. That's what we called them. Which we were doing it initially as a joke. But then TFP was 60% beige, 15% vacation mode, and then they had like 10 defensive slots. So Peace Mode Coalition became real, and then Rose refused to defend them, so Peace Mode Coalition became even more real. And then the Geneva Convention server said, we're not going to defend them, and so it became even more real. That's my favorite part. It's just the escalation of peace. Rose can't be a Pirate Alliance because 20% of them VM to War Dodge. Yeah, maybe. What will be your price, Cam? Buy Cam then. I don't know, man. We don't need a price. We can keep fighting for a while, create cool content. That is, at the end of the day, I think what this game is about, and I think Rose and some of these other alliances have lost a sense of that, right? That they're actually not playing to survive 10 years into the future, or 20 years in some cases. They're like trying to play to have fun and do interesting things. That's my view on it, though. Would you let people hit Camelot or hire Camelot? Yes. Yep. So, yeah, people can reach out to us about what they're doing, but like we won't charge that much. This is in PNW currency. For clarification. And yep, happy to work with most alliances, even some of Rose's sphere mates, if they change their mind. They've already actually asked us to attack a few different alliances, which is quite interesting. I posted about that recently in a different channel, but they were suggesting that we should attack World Task Force and Sword Coast, and we said no. And then we attacked Rose, which is like, of course. Oh, my throat is like dying. I don't know why. I think it's coffee. I don't know. Surprisingly, people haven't been spam pinging me. That's usually what they do when I go live. Yeah, all the conversation in Royal has died. Very sad. So you're not planning to bring Cam far into the future? Yes and no. So, how to put it? Camelot initially was an alliance that planned to disband within a month. I think that's a really important piece of context. So, we formed back in 2018, I think, and the premise was that we would cause tons of chaos and then disrupt the lower tier hegemonies that were being established at the time. So, like, the big alliances were like creating these protectorates with tons of small nations, and then they were going to capture the lower tier. So everything below 1,000 score. And then if you entered the game, you had to join one of them, or you were just not going to play the game. And so Camelot was like, that's a bad idea. Let's destroy all of that and make it a complete ball of chaos, which is what it was before. And we did that successfully. And then we thought, well, we can just keep challenging bigger and bigger alliances until we're eventually destroyed, because we're an alliance with a short-term goal. But that never really happened. So Camelot kept surviving, and then at some point it developed a long-term goal, which was achieving rank 1. And that was like, it was a hypothetical goal that was never meant to actually be accomplished. But it became so close, it's ridiculous. Like, genuinely ridiculous how close we got. We hit rank 4, I think, rank 4 or 5. One merger and we'd have been rank 1. Crazy. And we almost got it a few times. But it was only after like 2021, 2022 that we transitioned into an alliance that was like way more long term. That we wanted to see how the game would end, which is like the longest term form of alliance. But I don't know about now. I guess now we're like, we'll probably survive, but we're going to do it while being interesting and engaged. Um, like, look at United Purple Nations, right? They're being led by their leaders from 2006, and they are not contributing to the game anymore, right? If their organization survives another 20 years, it won't really have a legacy. Whereas, like Camelot, dislike Camelot, I think it will have a pretty cool legacy, which is pretty neat. And then at that point, has your alliance ever really died? And I don't think so. So yeah. Have you already planned your retirement? Maybe. You know, I have some notes, but it's not anytime soon. Why not reform Castle Camelot? We are considering it. We are actually considering it. I was the biggest proponent for destroying it. I thought it was a lot of dead weight, and that it was an economic burden, which it was. And but the people managing it actually really liked it, and they were putting all the time into it. I always thought like it's such a time sink, and this really capable player is like training all these noobs that will never be useful. um, but they really liked it, and they want to bring it back. So we might, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Wouldn't Castle Camelot be a copy of what you fought against? What exactly? Castle Camelot is more of the premise of it is just to be able to engage and teach people that do not want to use Discord, right? They can use a different form of communication if they want. Ideally, like you would replace the in-game message system with like an instant message system, like IRC or something, and like that'll work just fine. I'm so sorry. In fairness, I also created it. I created Castle Camelot, and then I also destroyed it. We ran it for so long though, and when we destroyed it, then we moved most of the members, or we directed them towards Antarctica Alliance, and then Antarctica Alliance has been nothing but a thorn in our side ever since. They were not grateful at all. Yeah, so frankly there needs to be another major non-Discord alliance, and yeah, we might create it at some point. Singularity was talking about making one as well, seeing as how we'd been so successful with Castle, but they never managed to get the numbers we did. Oh really? Wow, that's really impressive. That's so cool. And that is rags to riches. I'm very proud. That's so cool. Yeah, we've had a few people from Castle that have like accomplished quite a lot in the game, but a lot of them didn't. So we were we were a bit disappointed. But yeah, that's quite cool. My voice is still dying. It's dying even more now. Oh, the people are actually spamming me now. Oh yeah, I got a mask. I feel so much regret doing this. I'm gonna have soup people kicking down my door for the next month. I might. Yep, I might. My voice is still dying. We will continue this for like 10 more minutes and then I'm gonna go, because my voice will literally be gone by that point. It's already at its end. Yeah, I've given what's its face Royal the news that I'm leaking OPSEC. Now all of them will join. I did ask for spam. Yeah, I did. It doesn't affect me because They've got earbuds out. Oh, this would be really cool. This was discussed in the debate channels while the game was interesting, before people stopped talking. So they wanted to host a debate between me, Schwinn, Lysander, and some other people on like the motivations for the war and also some of the arguments. I think the problem though is I think they couldn't articulate their positions super well. At least not, they weren't confident enough in it that they wanted to debate it. Which is fair enough. I mean, the game's politics can be a bit esoteric. And yeah, they switched out like 4 different people trying to like debate, and they didn't have much to go on. What are your plans if Cam disbanded? I mean, I would be the one to disband it, so if I was to disband it, I would have a plan, but I have no plans to disband it, so I don't. I don't imagine I would continue in the game that much longer after it, but I might. I mean, I don't know. There is a decent potential that like the alliance gets couped or something. Like that is a non-zero chance. In which case, we would probably just rebuild. You know, new name, build it back up again. There's nothing inherently special about like the alliance ID or the name. I can help you arrange that. Yeah. maybe. I feel like I'm strangling myself. Talking is pain. Coffee should not do this. That's so weird. Maybe I ate something. I don't know. I'm gonna coup and get all 2 food from the Alliance Bank. Actually, I was feeling sick last week. This is probably a continuation of that. I'm gonna coup and get all 2 food in the Alliance Bank. Might be less than 2, my friend. We are very broke. You can inherit all the debt. Who do you see as most likely to coup Cam? Probably Borg. If anyone was to do it, probably him. I don't think any of our members would do it. And I'm only joking with Borg, I know he's fine. You know what's crazy? I heard this about the Immortals earlier this week, that when you hit high gov in the Immortals, if you retired, then you would get to join the offshore, and you would get a pension. I have never heard of any other alliance doing that at any point. I guess it is. Yeah, it's flu ASMR. Oh yeah, green tea. That would be really nice. I mean, normal tea. I would go with that right now. Yeah. This is the plague stream. Not even Yar. What do you mean by Yar? I don't think Yar can coup us. I don't think they can coup themselves. I mean, they're owned by Rose. Yeah. I mean, I give a lot of grief to Yar. The thing with Yar is that I know that Rose has, like, tremendous influence over them. Just because I've been in contact with Rose for a long time, and they like to brag about it. But I also know that, like, some things Yar does, they do... Oh, it's kind of similar to other relationships in this game, where, like, you have oversight, but that doesn't mean you're exercising oversight, right? So Rose can influence Yar, but it doesn't mean they influence every decision. It's also a retirement home for high gov who make bank. It is, yeah, there's a number of them now. More and more of them, actually. I mean, Grumpy was technically an alliance that was, like, a bank. I had a conversation with one of the major banks earlier this week, or one of the great like retirement alliances, I guess you could call them, and they were initially founded, yeah, to be a retirement one, or they switched to being a retirement alliance, and they realized that they were more successful as a retirement alliance than as a real alliance. That they had more capital by sitting and farming than they did when they were competing, and that this made them more politically influential. That is such a weird thing, that you would have more power when you retire than when you're active, to the degree that retirement in this game was actually, for like a period, a strategy used to acquire more power. Like, people would say they were retired when they weren't. Yeah, I don't know. We might work with a retirement alliance or something though. I imagine some of our people will burn out at some point. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I can't envision Camelot being a retirement alliance. I just don't think it's in its design, in its nature, I guess. It would conflict with what the identity of the alliance is, like really dramatically. Like, people consider the pivot to like becoming a pirate alliance as a change in identity, but it's really not. It's just a continuation or an evolution. Oh, cool. Someone's come back to the game. That's neat. I don't think any raiding alliance would be a retirement alliance. You're almost wrong. So, ARG, for a while there, was actually a retirement alliance. They were down to 8 active members for over 6 months. So they were basically retired, and they were all like pretty much inactive. You never know, old folks can cause a lot of chaos because they don't care what others think. Maybe you'll have more in common than meets the eye. Maybe, yeah, you might be right. I think we get along quite well with like Grumpy and Guardian and like, or maybe not Guardian, but Grumpy, and some of these other older alliances. We got along with Yara for quite a while there, so maybe. The old alliances generally dislike chaos for a few reasons, but mostly because it increases food prices. That is the short of it. Oh yeah, actually, speaking of that, we are going to dramatically raise food prices. Like, if not now, then like over time. We will take a percentage off food prices. Even if it's just 5% over the course of a year, that's still a lot of money down the drain. I don't know if there's any other major pieces of news to discuss. The game has been moving pretty slowly for the past few days, ever since we hit Rose. Yeah. Oh, actually, so I've got a few bigger videos that are in the works. They will take some time. I will say that. They are like 90% finished, but now all of this has happened, so I gotta make something for this one now. Beyond just this very interesting conversation, I should explain the situation more and like make some cool graphics for it and stuff like that. If you're new to the chat, you haven't been here for a bit, then you can ask questions and I'll answer them. We're basically in Q&A phase because I discussed the interesting stuff earlier. um, and yeah, if Schwen or Lysander or the others want to do that debate, yeah, I'm happy to do it. I mean, we could even like do like a 2v1 or something if they need backup. I don't think they are that confident if they were by themselves. Unfortunately. Hello, person. Actually, I'm kind of curious. How is the watch time? I was talking to someone a bit ago about that. It's atrocious on some of my other videos. What do you do IRL? I don't discuss that. We should fight samurai. We should actually. This is kind of a cool idea. If Alex would permit it, that'd be really wicked. If in like 3 to 6 months, then we could do like a friendly match, see who was better, or like as pirates, or we could do we could fight on opposite sides of a global, and see how we did. Not off the name alone. Yeah, some people's in-game names are different from like YouTube ones, so I don't know. If you tell me which alliance you're in, I can probably guess. You should monetize it, take bets on who would win, Cam or Samurai. Well, yeah, that'll be fun. I mean, if we join opposite sides of the global war, we can charge both. We could flip a coin, actually, before it starts, and we could be like, you know, which coalition gets which alliance. And maybe they could tilt the odds with donations or something. Chances of Samurai and Cam merging. I would say like 10%, maybe lower. It depends if we're like really successful in raiding, and then like maybe that would be worthwhile to just create one huge super pirate alliance in like the top 5. But I mean, I doubt it. That would be something we would look at after like a longer time. But at that point, I mean, like, why not just throw ARG in there and then create like a top 3 pirate alliance? Like, you would just obliterate like everything below rank 5 or rank 30. Like, imagine that thing. If you're just some humble farming alliance like United Purple Nations, you know, you got 40 members, they're all at 3k infrastructure. You're in a pretty safe sphere, nothing go wrong, and then you just have like 250 pirates with max military roll up on you. They stand no chance. Yes, good night, good night. I wish you all the best with it. Oh, it's Dwight. Cool. Yeah, you've been doing very well in the war. Yeah, when we transition more into sort of organizing smaller teams within CAM, I think you'll do very well. Because then you'll be able to like manage a band of like 5 or 10 players and like get them raiding and fighting and coordinating. Yeah, that's something I need to put a lot of time into this week. I've just been busy. Top 25 rankings. Challenging. I will probably remake the tier lists. That's been on my to-do list, but I've been busy. Yeah. Huh. Who's this person? How do they even... They didn't even use the ticket system. Huh, City 25. Top 100 Alliance rankings when. I don't know about that one. I don't know a lot of the top 100 alliances. I know the top 50. But top 100 is really difficult. I mean, I'll just pull them up. Like, I know all of these alliances, except for Glasgow. I don't really know Leviathan. They are really big now. They are much bigger than I thought they were. Yep. Pan Am, Mortals. I know some of these alliances. Some of them I really don't know. Is Memento Mori still active? Some of these alliances I assume are just inactive. Or these are offshores. Shuba's an offshore and Pantheon's an offshore. Offshore. I think that's a TFP offshore. Weird. Anyway, Memento Mori. 2030. That's weird. Are they look like pirates. Or like a real alliance. No, they're not. What are they? They're a Spectre ally. Huh. This was formed by Singularity people. Oh, that leadership is chaos. Yeah, I give that a year. Maybe. Might be a lot less. Oh no, that is a combination. Whoa. So that's a Nokia alliance. What happened to the Lost Mines? They're at 34. They look like they've lost most of their old people. Yeah, that's just MPO. And a few of Outland's people. Huh. So Leviathan is Nokia's new project. It's always fascinating seeing like older players, because Politics and War has this duality of where it's like, it's not like great man theory of history, but it is kind of like great player theory of history, where yeah, if you have a really capable player in there, they will just run an alliance super effectively. So like Nokia joining Leviathan makes Leviathan like instantly like not a top 50 alliance, it makes it like a top 30 alliance. But at the same time, Nokia is Nokia, so that's going to be a very interesting top 30 alliance. I do not think that's a retirement home. No, I think that is the opposite of a retirement home. Yeah, you have players in it that, I mean, do retire, quote unquote, but they still do stuff, or they want to be proactive. They have the proactive instinct. They want to take initiative. Like when we attacked Rose, that was us taking initiative. So we were stealing their thunder to some extent, and keeping our people moving forward. Leviathan is probably an alliance like that, where they will want to take proactive steps, where if they're attacked by another alliance, they'll be like, okay, how do we turn this into something that we can push forward? You know, they don't want to be reactionary. So yeah, Leviathan's probably going to be quite interesting. But they have so many leaders. They could also just be cooed or implode through internal division and squabbling. We'll see. Top 300. Never. I'm never doing that. Chicken jockey. Yeah, maybe. Do we have any zombies? We have any zombie alliances in the chat? We can put them on chickens, like Mayhem. Maybe. I do. Welcome. Yeah, how do we have out? Cool. We got some new members. I'll roll you in a minute. See if they have any experience in Gov. We'll see. Yeah, happy to have help from other alliances or other like pirates. Rose has spies in our chats, so like we're not exactly the most OPSEC alliance ever. As long as we can like accomplish our goals, it's fine. Like it doesn't hold us back at all. Casually doing IA on a live stream. Yeah. I'm doing FA and I'm doing a little bit of speculation as well. Combinations. Why is he looking at Leviathan? I was, why am I looking at Leviathan? Oh, someone said do the top 50, and then I was looking at what the top 50 alliances were and if I knew them, and then what my opinions on them were, I guess. And I spoke about Leviathan a little bit. I think they're going to be quite successful. That's my bet, but we'll see. They're the next target after Rose. Maybe. World Task Force is the crazy one that people were trying to convince me to nuke World Task Force. And like, maybe, yeah, they did say some wild stuff, but I mean, they're not really our opponent. You know, they're just embargoing us. It's a lot of trash talk without much behind it. I'm totally not a Rose spy. I mean, this is going in the Rose high gov chats, I will say that. If they're not a Singularity extension, yes, if they're not a Singularity extension, facts. That is a definite possibility. Though, since they have so many chefs in the kitchen, even if they are a Singularity extension, I mean, doesn't mean they're gonna stick with Singularity. It could be they get eaten and then absorbed into the Lost Mines, because Nokia is there. You're not doing that much FA, as there's a ticket from 12 hours ago in your FA server, no one messaged in it yet. Let me see. You might be right. Oh, awesome, actually. Awesome. I will roll him as a knight. And then how do I set roll? Roll set. Yeah, I'll roll in game soon. Okay. I'll sort that in a minute. What's the FA server one? Who was talking in the FA server? It's someone creating an embassy. That is gonna take a while. You Salvador, and I'm conscious of your current position. Oh, there's a lot of money. I'm gonna not look at that. I never saw that. People want us to pay member debts or something, and I will review that when I've solved other problems. You're not doing that much. Oh, yeah, okay. The Lost Mines eats good mergers and turns them into garbage. Yeah, that is facts. Undeniable that the Lost Mines has wasted a lot of potential. Oh, sorry. 1 second. How about now? Yeah, that should be better. I think. I've shocked the other remaining people that had me on lower or higher. I'm surprised there's so little discussion, or how few rows people are in the chat spamming stuff. If I were them, that's what I would be doing. I would be talking mad trash. I spoke about Name Withheld earlier. Name Withheld used to be an alliance called Seven Kingdoms, but that is such a long time ago now. That's like years and years ago. So I don't know much. I don't know what to think about Name Withheld. They're not fans of mine, generally speaking. They have a very cool history though, and they've contributed a lot to the game. One of my favorite stories in the game is a story that basically comes from Name Withheld, which is the Great VE War. Recently, I mean, you guys tried to coup Gator, so mixed feelings on that one. Not a big fan. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool theme, SCP theme. That's very cool. Secure, contain, protect. They could become somewhat important, I feel. One Name Withheld. No, not really. I mean, if they merged, sure, but I mean, I'll show you why I don't think they're important. Well, the first thing is they're on like page 3. The second thing is this. Their tiering is like worse than ours. This is an alliance that's been around since 2013, right? The score graphs don't go back that far, but this is a very old alliance, and yeah, they're just not doing so well. And I mean, they're actually a retirement alliance. Most people don't realize that, but they are. Most of their alliance quit back in 2018, 2019. Yeah. They basically don't exist anymore. No offense to them. Hello, Harper. Rank 22 is not that bad. It's not that bad for upcoming alliances. It is kind of bad for alliances as ancient as theirs. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not UPN, right? They're not that bad, but they're not exactly... They're not Oblivion, right? They're not KT, they're not Weaponized Assault Penguins, right? WAP. They're basically a step below a lot of those things. Yeah, so they were formed in... When were they formed? I think they formed in 2019. I think they were formed after the dissolution of Seven Kingdoms. It was 2019, 2021? It was something like that. It was because it was just before or just after the Great War of P&W, MPO's last time, or the Rockpocalypse. So, yeah. It was around then, but they came from an older alliance called Seven Kingdoms. Like, it's still the same leadership, so... I would consider them an older alliance. Hence why I said I could. They have some decently good quality membership and have a decent merger last I checked, but then chose to high Rose, which is just... Yeah. You're right. I think if they had a merger... If they merged into an alliance like... Actually, Leviathan might be a good example. If they merged into something like Leviathan, with a lot of newer people, and then they consolidated their tiering a bit, even then, very difficult, but I mean, they could probably survive. The problem I have with a lot of alliances like theirs is that they're kind of disinterested, right? They think the game is seasonal, so you only fight every few months, and you fight for these reasons, and like the story isn't that important. What's important is winning, right? It's the same sort of mentality, and it's very hard to create a very interesting major alliance out of that. Like if if Sketchy or Khan joined Name Withheld, or if Davith joined Name Withheld would go from being like a page 3 alliance to becoming a really interesting alliance, right? The score, their tiering wouldn't necessarily have to change, but they would be immediately relevant politically. Mayhem is much more interesting than Name Withheld is. Mayhem is frustrating, but they are much more interesting. Yeah, Name Withheld just isn't. So, I also don't know how wealthy Name Withheld is. I assume they're rich, but they might not be. They should be. I mean, they've been around longer than us, and in like much more security. Mayhem straight up garbage in terms of the actual alliance, though, which is the sad part. That is facts. They do suck militarily, but politically they're actually kind of they're surprisingly influential. They punch way above their weight, and like I don't even want to say that's a good thing, because whenever they have influence, they misuse it, and they only harm every other alliance around them. But that does not diminish the fact that they have influence. It's kind of like Camelot, where people are like, oh, Camelot doesn't make good or fair decisions, but then Camelot is also really like impactful. So, what's a good analogy? That you hand a baby a shotgun, and it's like, well, the baby has impact, but I don't know. Oh no, it's not a baby. Hand a chimp a shotgun. That's it. If Mayhem and Camelot are basically chimps with shotguns, they have effect on the game, but it does not mean that you're necessarily putting a ton of thought into that impact, or into that effect. Mayhem, oh yeah, I've seen Titan go straight weeks inactive, probably checks the Rose Coalition chats more than logged on. He will go inactive in-game, but he's like constantly doing things FA-wise, and just stirring the pot. Like, credit to him, I will criticize him a lot, but his stirring the pot is really interesting. His stirring the pot is really interesting because, like, he was talking trash to me about TFP, and then he was talking trash about, he came to me to talk trash about TFP, and then he went to TFP to talk trash about me, and then he was talking trash about Alexio to everyone, and then a few other things, and it's just like, in the moment, not the nicest person you might encounter, but that was really funny, like, in hindsight, and you're just like, oh wow, yeah, he turned us all against each other. So I mean, he's an interesting character. He's changing the game, even if we are not always fans of how he does it. Will Eclipse get rolled soon? Probably, yeah. So Rose has been signing these secret treaties with like Guardian, and trying to push Syndicate into hitting Eclipse. And I mean, there's no reason to believe, at least from my perspective, that isn't going to happen. So yeah, Eclipse probably gets rolled by the Syndicate. Like, the only way that wouldn't happen, I think, is if maybe Eclipse struck first, and disabled them. But that's, it's iffy. I mean, Grumpy isn't exactly a huge fan of Eclipse. I couldn't see them letting Syndicate get rolled, but maybe. Yeah, my shotgun analogies were not the best, but that it's essentially that, right? That it's you're in possession of great power with very little responsibility. Though I would argue, actually, I guess that Camelot puts a lot more thought into what it's doing than Mayhem does. Would you take a look at my city builds and feedback and let's say criticize it, but keep in mind I'm a newcomer and have no clue? If you post the nation link in the chat or just like the nation name, or yeah, in the Discord, that's fine too. Yeah, happy to audit and happy to review city builds and advise. Universal. Okay, let's see. I love that they're actually using the dark mode that I designed. um, the epic purple theme. I need to do some more updates to it, but yeah. City 16. What's your continent? Continent of Africa. Nation militarization. Your military. Oh, whoa, that's weird. Why is your MMR so weird? Is my first question. Are you rating at City 16? You shouldn't be. You have max military, so you're on wartime. But you have no planes. Are you at war? I mean, your infrastructure's damaged. She must be. Did we roll you? On the 28th. You got rolled by a bunch of people. Okay, so I will not factor in the fact that you got rolled. Dark mode was not my idea, but I looked at P&W's dark mode and I always kind of disliked it because the who made it? Rush made dark mode 1.0 and then Alex hired someone else to do dark mode 2.0, and then I designed a dark mode and LOD did one using an extension called Stylus. There were just like vast improvements on it, but then Alex would never do anything with it. And then I had a friend who got into the dev team, and I was just like, I will make a new theme called a new dark mode that is superior to the current one. And yeah, they let me do it. I whipped it up in like an hour. It is vastly superior. There's a few other problems with it, with the tailwind, but I mean, it's fine. I'll fix it later. I've got a few other themes in mind. I want to do a green theme and a red theme. MPO Dark Mode, I mean, I've been using it as a template. I kind of prefer Epic Purple to NPO 1. Oh, it does. I forgot about that, yeah. So the MPO theme did a few different things. One is it removed advertisements as well. And it removed... What else did it remove? It removed a few things. It also widened the nation page. And I thought about including those, but I decided against it because it just modifies the look of the game a lot. Whereas I think a simpler dark mode is much better. I was kind of curious though how much Alex would actually let me get away with if I was like, if I really modified the CSS, right? If I could make the game look totally different. If you would let me. So far, I don't think you would, but no, maybe. What was I thinking? Oh yes, I was auditing this person. You need to balance how you military. So right now, that's the problem with it. You have no planes. You should have planes. I understand if you're raiding, like you think you don't need them, but you do. Especially since you guys are at war with us, probably. Yeah, that seems like a no-brainer. Commerce looks fine. You should have 100% commerce, though, if you're above 1500. I would even trade down 2 of the dry docks, and I would get another hospital, and then I would get a bank. So you have 100% commerce and then no disease. Because that just seems like you're wasting money. And you're never going to use max ships. Which lines do you think had the biggest fall off so far this year? Singularity. I will pull them up, but I think that's not even, like, debatable. Look at that, ranked 7. 900k, 1.04 million, down to 650. And just anecdotally, from the members, they are not the same alliance they were 6 months ago. They are significantly more inactive, and there's like no shade to them. They're still, I would say, the most technically capable alliance in the game. Like, they know the most about the mechanics. If you were going by game knowledge, they are easily ahead of everyone else. But they're just not what they were 6 months ago, in terms of activity and in terms of motivation, I think. Be cool if spheres were visible as graphics. Yeah, that would be cool. I used to do that. I used to do a block image, but then other people, or a logo, but people wouldn't tend to use them. Which lines do you think had the biggest improvement? That's a harder question. I mean, I was going to do a video on, like, the awards, because that stuff all got discussed there. But, I mean, that's more on 2024, so I guess this 2025. I wouldn't give it to any of these people. Eclipse is my leading contender, just eyeballing it. Samurai is a pretty good contender. Spectre, maybe? It's between Spectre, Eclipse, and Samurai. I've seen Samurai's improvement firsthand, and I would still say they are now, like, the leading Pirate Alliance, so I would give it to them. But I think most of the game would probably give it to Eclipse. That Eclipse, last year, like, it depends on how much you've improved, right? Eclipse probably hasn't improved that much relatively, but the strides they've made in terms of rank, in terms of wealth, in terms of score, are huge. Just in terms of raw numbers, they're huge, right? They've grown by, like, the entirety of Camelot size in the past 6 to 12 months. The script ran into some errors and based on their average on 0, which inflated everything. Oh, yeah, the city crisis, yeah. Nice. Yeah, so no one's buying cities. Rose cannot buy any cities to beat us. Ha ha ha. See, it's my plotting. I've timed this precisely right. Does Alex still code? I don't think he does. If he might, but I doubt it. I haven't heard of him coding. Yep. Yeah, I guess maybe it wouldn't at lower levels. The city prices, I think, scale on, like, averages and percentages now, so yeah. Might not at the lower levels. Pass 32 billion and we'll pass Spectre's net damage and Rosefall. 60 billion Event Horizon's net damage and Rosefall. 105 Knights Templars, 120. Oh, Samurai's going for like net damage wins. That's really cool. Yeah, we're eating a lot of losses right now. Our net damage is suffering from the Rose War. We had a lot of people with units that were not being super active initially, which is a bit unfortunate. Do you have any opinion on current blocks in the game? Not really. I think there's a trend towards consolidation. So I'll pull up the map. So you see how there's so many treaties between all the big alliances? You can't really attack any one alliance on this map without causing a ton of others to become involved. So the game is slowly trending towards everyone being signed to everyone. In which case, or when that happens, you will have 2 spheres form. So the game will return to bipolarity, or maybe tripolarity. Yeah, that would be my guess. I've been wrong before, though. Enterprise is not a raiding alliance, or at least not in the same way that Samurai is. I got raided and threatened by OTAN. The attacks won't stop as long as I switch their alliance. Be like now. I mean, ask Name Withheld for help. They will solve that for you quite easily, I think. Yeah, fine and dandy's right. Just tell them to roll this new alliance. You know what we should do, actually? It just occurred to me. ARG used to do something called, you could donate resources to ARG to be put on their do not raid list. I should make a big Camelot do not raid list where alliances can offer resources to avoid it. That'd be kind of cool. We could do a do not raid list lottery. So like every month we put one alliance at random on the DNR, and then if other alliances want to be on it, they can offer resources. That'd be really cool. Or you could buy tickets. That'd be really wicked. I'm gonna note that down because that'd be fun. See, we've got so many wicked ideas for like being a pirate alliance that we haven't done before. I think we're going to bring a lot of creativity to it, and a lot of sort of organization that the other pirate alliances haven't seen before. That's my thought process. I don't know what about these small alliances makes them think rolling people will get the members. I mean, traditionally it has. The problem with it is that it has worked. The thing with it though is it works for 1 in 5 alliances. 4 alliances will just get very bitter members. They will betray them in the first sign of trouble. But then one of them will just, I don't know, they'll crack it, they'll figure it out, and then they will mass like 80 members from 5 wars. Who do you think is the richest alliance in the game? That's Rose at 1.6 trillion, I think it is, in net value. Yeah. Syndicate is up there. I think they're at 1.3 trillion last I heard, but that was a year ago. So I mean, it could be an extra 30-40%. Antarctica Alliance is so broke. Wow, they are doomed. Speaking of an alliance that's doomed, they will not survive the year. They are gonna disband within 2025. I will guarantee that, just on my knowledge of the game. The problem here, which you can just tell immediately, is they lost a ton of members, and the members they didn't lose, they couldn't rebuild. Not at all. I will pull up the infra averages, actually, for them. The metric, average, or I'll do infra value, because it's probably sharper. 180 days? Yeah. And it's Coalition 1, right? Yeah. That is... wow. That is brutal. The red is us, so like Camelot's lost a lot, right? But we were already going to go to nothing because like that's fighting level infrastructure. Look at Antarctica. They went from 30 billion in infrastructure down to, wow, how low is that? 5 billion in infrastructure? That is so devastating. Wow. I'm going to check revenue, because I think revenue is probably even worse. Their revenue got halved. They're down to 250 million from 750 million. So it isn't quite as sharp, but it's still way down. It is rough for Antarctica Alliance right now. I do not see them like managing it. What's the best way to make money in the game as an individual? Trading is huge. Becoming like high gov and an alliance is quite big if they will funnel resources into you. TS easily has the most money per member. You're probably right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's the Rose members trying to like warn people of the nukes coming. But yeah, trading and then getting into high gov, and then people funneling resources into you, which they will do if you're competent and active, and they need people to counter in that range. What do you think about Nashtar? I forget who Nashtar is like 80% of the time. And then I remember who they are, and then I forget who they are. Yeah. But yeah, I can predict the future pretty well in this game. I've seen these things before. I've seen them many, many, many times. One thing I haven't seen is a major pirate alliance like us, though. That's why I think it would be so cool to do. You know, new ground and all that. How high do you think aluminum will go? That's a great question. Do I have trade on here? I'm not logged in. So I think... this is a good question. What's it at right now? I think it's a 506k. Yeah. It is at 6,000. There is an upper limit on it, which I think is like 7,000, where the value of redeeming a credit is higher than buying aluminum. When that happens, then all the credits in the game essentially become aluminum supply, right? If you're going to go to data visualization, right? Where is aluminum? Total aluminum over time. Okay, so this is the total aluminum over time while the prices are at 6,000. When the prices hit 7,000 and you can redeem credits for aluminum and work at a profit, then the total aluminum supply is increased by the credit supply, which is like 400 million or something. So then the price locks at 7,000 and you just can't push it higher, which is what happened with food. In theory, like maybe if people really wanted to buy them, like the military research, they could drive it even higher if they really ate into the credit supply, but I doubt it. People will start manufacturing aluminum very soon. We would have pivoted to aluminum and made tons and tons, but yeah, now we're at war, so no. Actually, this is kind of an interesting question. So, while Camelot is raiding and fighting, we're going to be diminishing the aluminum supply, because we're going to be forcing people to rebuy units, such as aircraft. So, I wonder what effect that will have on prices. I don't know. It's an interesting question. That may hurt Rose a lot more than like just raiding, is like spying the planes and like stuff like that. Yeah, we're already doing better so far. I mean, TFP collapsed, that's why. I mean, if we had been insta-counted, like, we would have done no damage at all. But the fact that TFP completely folded is crazy. And when I think back to it, like, people don't realize this, I think. When we rolled over TFP, the reason we hit Rose next, like the real motivating factor, was that TFP had 6 days of beige. That we realized that round 2 wouldn't be for the next week. and in the meantime, Rose was organizing this big coalition to like roll us. And we did the math and we were like, they won't organize this coalition in time. They won't be fighting us in a week's time. We can roll TFP again, like freely. And even Rose people were telling us that. They were like, you can still do it. And if we'd remilled, which is what we were doing, we could have then hit Rose at max military. Well, they had like half. But the logic behind it, I guess it was just that we didn't really want to, you know? We didn't really want to sit on TFP and like make them super better. We anticipated that Rose would counter immediately, and that the war would operate much differently. So yeah, we hit Rose, and then that changed. Yeah, I know, right? I cannot believe how badly they lost. I showed the stats earlier. I'll pull them up. These are the stats from the TFP war. These are the city 40s in the first 24 hours. These look good. Most of these people were taken down, by the way. Most of these city 40s lost. Look at all the sea of red. 24 hours obliterated. I'm going to show you the forums because it's in the World Task Force thread. Here it is. So World Task Force was embargoing us, and they figured out that we were using the same offshore as Samurai, which, yeah, it's something we do. And so they were embargoing them. And so I sent him resources, Clooney here, so that he would have to embargo himself, just as a sort of a joke. He then sent that money to TFP. Where is it? Yeah, he sent it to TFP, and I replied with this. I'm not even mad, they could use it. People keep saying I'm heartless, but as you can see, I gave WTF resources to pass onto the fighting pacifists. Since they ran out, I know how hard it is to find resources now that I'm under this horrendous embargo. And, City 39, no munitions. City 28, no munitions. City 40, no gasoline, no munitions. City 21, no gasoline, munitions, steel. City 33, no bauxite. City 38, no... Oh, City 33, where is this? Is it steel? What are they low on? Is it uranium? Why is this person on there? I guess that's reasonably low for a City 33. But I don't think they should have been on there. City 38, 100 steel, 1,600 aluminum, 3,000 gas. 1,000 gas, and pretty low steel. City 28, 900 aluminum, 1,000 munitions, 3,000 gas, 3,000 food. City 39, and no steel, no aluminum, no food, no uranium even. The problem with TFP is that they saw the war coming, and somehow they didn't give anyone war chest. And so we were raiding them, and I think fighting conventionally for a while, until Samurai figured out that they were all broke and just started mass navaling them. And it was the most ludicrous thing ever, because like people were initially insulting us. Like Rose members were coming in like, you guys are doing navals, and then what was it, 6 hours later they were like, oh no, the navals worked. That is the worst moment ever. The navals worked. All the yap about TFP. Oh yeah. Well, a major being caught off guard is hard to deal with, but I'll say a surprise seeing TFP is like 40% planes. I mean, the worst part is they weren't caught off guard. The fighting pacifists knew that they were going to be attacked. They knew it. They knew they had lost the auction, and people, I think, might doubt that, but it's 100% fact. And I know it's fact because 3 alliances messaged us, including Rose, just before we hit TFP, and said, like, don't do this. And what's it called? TFP militarized. They said they didn't, but if you look at the militarization notifications, you can see they did. They militarized the top 40, rank 40 people. They didn't put out a general message, I think. They just told the top people. But the top people knew about it, increased the MMR, but didn't stack war chest. I don't know, that's just silly in my book. That's this is a silly error, and I think on a good day, TFP probably does beat TKR, but on an average day, they do not, because they clearly can't even defeat an alliance half their size. What's the Samurai story with WTF's embargo? WTF is led by a very old player called George Clooney, and we do not have the best relations with WTF, but they were an ally quite recently. And we did not activate our treaties when we could have to drag them into not exactly this war, but a similar war. And yeah, they've been very ungrateful, I would say. So yeah, not a huge fan of WTF at the moment. TFP is also just insanely deregulated. It is really deregulated. I don't think they can control their members that well. Yeah, I mean, we kind of have that problem as well. I mean, there's a lot of people we need to get active, and that I think will need a lot of time to adjust to pirating. Yeah. Specifically go to contents like Africa to just make uranium and go inactive for weeks on end. I mean, the problem with a lot of these people, as you can tell from the intel reports, is that they were producing one resource, like, say, aluminum, but they wouldn't keep the others. So it's just, it's a misunderstanding of game mechanics, or, I don't know, just a negligence. Specifically, and they were proud. Yeah, they were very proud. They knew they were going to be hit by nukes and didn't prepare for military, I presume. No, they saw us. They knew that Camelot was coming, and they knew we had full mil. You could argue maybe they thought ARG was going to be hitting, and then we were going to hit Weaponism, but I mean, there was no real reason to believe that, and they were messaging us, so I assume they knew the opposite. So, and they had leaks from inside ARG, right? And ARG knew it was targeting Weaponism. So, like, I cannot believe that they would think it was ARG targeting them. And yeah, that's my view on that. TFB majorly dropped the ball. And then Rose majorly dropped the ball as well, because Rose could have saved them and then chose not to. If I were in TFP shoes, I would be so much more annoyed with Rose than I would be at Camelot, because of this is a problem caused by Rose, and then, like, initially Rose was talking to the pirates that attacked Camelot, starting this chain of events. Then Rose had the opportunity to do diplomacy and then stop things, and then they didn't. And then when TFP got attacked, then Rose could have stepped in and didn't. And then only after Rose was attacked did the other members of their sphere rally around Rose. So, yeah, if I was in TFP's shoes, I would look around and I would be like, none of these people are allies. But that's my cynicism, I guess. Any other questions, I assume? Have you ever dealt with Liberty Coalition? They're a protectorate, so I've dealt with them a couple of times. I don't actually know much about what they do. They don't cause trouble, I know that. They're pretty relaxed. It's such a weird way of viewing the game, actually. That's me having dealt with lots of protectorates over a long period of time. It's just, do they cause trouble or not? That's how Rose kind of views the game too, where does this ally cause trouble? If yes, we don't want to deal with them. If no, then whatever. When are you bringing back Castle Camelot? Maybe 6 months. Depends. Do you think you can actually turn Camelot into a proper raiding alliance? Yeah, I think we can. I think it'll be challenging, but I also think that we can bring a level of organization to that niche that has never been seen before. And I think, like, what other options do we have? I don't think we have many, and I think that's really a good sort of focusing factor, right? That when you're sort of backed into a corner, you make the best of what you have. Sacred Cornbread is an alliance that, like Aegis, causes trouble. Redundant question, but I don't think it's as easy as you make it seem. It's not. I said this earlier in, I think, the first 10 minutes of this video. It's going to be really difficult at the start, and we are going to suck at it. And those first 3 months where Rose is sitting on us are going to be really difficult. it'll only be after we adapt in a big way to like raiding and coordinating, because you're basically turning an alliance into a permanent war mode. Camelot's already been a war for like long periods of time. We've proven actually, even like last month, that you can, because like look at Myrmidon. So Myrmidon hit us. We're on no military, and completely obliterated us. And then Camelot was like, okay, how do we take these guys down? They have like 20 or 30 more cities than us, across the whole alliance. You know, we're doing city 28s versus city 53s. This is rough. You know, do we just give up? Of course not. Like, we're gonna change our builds, and then we're gonna fight from this bad position, and then we're gonna try and like win. And we did. So I think that alone is proof that like we are one of the few alliances that can fight on the defensive, right? So we'll get knocked down and then we get back up. Most alliances can't do that, just period. Either they don't care enough to, or they lack the ability to. Burnout is an interesting question. So Camelot has been fighting on and off since like November, right? And then from 2021 to 2023, we were constantly at war. I think burnout affects people based on how actively you're playing the game to begin with, right? So if you join ARG at the start of the game, and then you continue playing that way for the next 2 years, you're not going to have that much burnout. If you join a farming alliance and then a raiding alliance, you're going to have burnout. So I think we're going to lose probably like 30% of people, but the other 70% are probably going to survive and do very well. Or we'll cycle out people. So some will stay and then some will go. What will happen to your prots when Camelot turns Merc? There's tensions being between them currently. Do you expect them to stick together for the next 12 months? I don't know. That's a question I think we need to answer with them. I think they're going to have a pretty difficult time, but they're also very capable, all of them, and they have their own ambitions. So we'll try and help them out as best we can, maybe find them some new protectors. That'd be really cool. And, you know, have them fight part of this war with us, because then they can actually walk away and they can say, hey, we teamed up with Camelot to fight most of the game, and we did very well. And they have done very well. And I think that will ingratiate them to a new protector, right? Because if you were to choose between two protectorates, right, say Protectorate number 1 that's run by Alexio and that's farmed forever, or Protectorate number 2 that thinks it can go up against the game and win. And I think you're going to go up with number 2, right? You want that more resilient and capable alliance. At least that's in my book. There's a difference between fighting a war and raiding, though. Yes and no. Yes and no. So we're not going to be the type of individualist raiders that ARG is. And I say this earlier on in the video. We're basically going to be just one alliance in permanent warfare with most everyone, right? And we're going to have such a different attitude to it than pirates. Like, hugely different attitude. It's we're going to change how that niche is played, I think. Like, Samurai has in many people's minds already kind of supplanted ARG as the Pirate Alliance, and then our goal is to go, okay, let's take some of Samurai's ability and then organize ourselves and them 10 times more, and raise the bar for all the Pirate Alliances. Like, to turn the Piperless or Pirate Realm into something that is actually, like, cared about again. Because it's been quite a number of years since, like, Paperless and Pirate Alliances were really thought about. Yeah, that's my view. Well, I think you get bored of raiding, I think, and like most people get bored of raiding, because you're just collecting resources, and there's like, it's an infinite goal, right? You're just trying to get the next city. Whereas we're not doing that. We're not actually acquiring resources for the sake of acquiring resources. We're acquiring resources to be able to spend them on interesting wars and events. That's a big mindset difference from ARG. It's a completely foreign one. And I think once ARG sees how cool we can like make this, then we might even inherit some members from them, or they might adapt and actually become more like us. So we're going to take on some elements from ARG's culture, and they're going to try and take on some elements of ours, I figure, in time. That's only if we succeed, though, which I think we will. TS is currently the best at defensive wars, granted that's unfortunately due to a lot of hands-on experience. I've never seen TS win a defensive war. So, like, tell me if I'm wrong, but have they won a defensive war? Um, no, we did not want to be pirates. We were pretty happy with being a farming alliance. And if people wanted to be pirates, I mean, they could join samurai, or they could join ARG. Most often samurai. I don't mind, which I think is the big difference, right? So, how do I put it? I think, who said it? I forget who said it, but someone basically said that, like, there were different types of alliances and they reacted to problems differently. So Camelot is one of those alliances, and I'm one of those types of players that, like, when you deal me a certain hand, I will try and play it the best I can, even if, like, it's not the best hand. Even if you're going to lose, like, it's still worth trying to win. So, like, the pirate niche is suboptimal. It's not as efficient as farming, but farming, in our view, has been kind of ruled out for us. So we're gonna, like, make the best of the pirate niche, and I think we're gonna do very well. So, okay. Yeah, so I would actually agree with you in that Syndicate fought a lot of very successful early wars. However, in recent years, in, like, the past 5 years, is it 5 years? 4 years. Past 4 years, no other alliance except for Camelot has won a defensive war. Period. We've won 3 of them. And we haven't actually done that well on offensives, which is kind of funny. I think we're 0-3 on offensives, or 1-3 on offensives, and we're 3-for-3 on defensives. I mean, I'm talking about the pirate stuff in the same vein as I'm talking about the Rose stuff. I think it's because my energy is ebbing and flowing, and I lost my voice for, like, an hour there. I don't know why. Like, we are pretty committed to trying to beat Rose, but the way we beat Rose is through the pirate stuff. I mean, when I'm commenting on different alliances as well, I mean, you're just commenting on the alliance, right? Like, oh, that's cool, Leviathan's doing something neat, but that's not something I'm doing. So, I mean, I just kind of wish them the best with it. The economic side is tricky, you know? That's going to be a lot of fun. Currently, we're buying most of our resources from Rose, which I said at the beginning of the video, which is just a meme. Like, we were like, Rose is trying to enact this embargo, so why don't we just buy all our resources from them? And we're doing it at, like, pretty steep discounts right now, which is amazing. So Rose is organizing all these people into embargoing us and then, like, doing it on the side, which is amazing. It's great. The mass for purchase tools. Oh, that'll be challenging. Yeah, actually, that's a very good point. We will need to have a think on that. Yeah, because we're going to need to change all the builds for everyone in Camelot to, like, hybrid pirate nuking builds. I've been experimenting with different designs, but it's challenging, right? I don't know exactly how they're going to shape out yet. I need to make the call before we exhaust too much of our offshore. So I would say I have a week. I have a week before I need to make that decision, because it will be a pretty big investment to switch builds. I mean, there's not that much locked behind VIP at this point. It's only really the mass in for a tool. Which, I mean, shouldn't actually be locked behind VIP at this point. It just shouldn't be. Yeah. Yeah, the permanent nuking build, the infinite nuking build, was created by a player named Inst, and then it was modified by me, and then it was modified again by HateB. The basic design is that you just need to produce more resources or that you need to produce a nuke's worth of resources every day, ideally enough for missiles too. In practice, that means modifying your cities in very weird ways to get optimal bonuses. I need to create a tool to automatically generate it or something, or have Locutus do it. That would be really cool. Yeah, I need to have a think. I mean, Thermonia is still in the game. He's still around. Yeah. We need to add that emote. Yeah. Oh, I can do polls? That's really cool. I didn't know how to do that. Answer viewer questions live. What is that? I didn't even know I had this ability. What is this poll? Will succeed as pirates? I've never done a poll before. I'm curious. It's reloading. Do you think Sword Coast will become influential? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. That's a tricky one. I think Sword Coast will... They're already somewhat influential, right? I think they're influential in their block. I think they post forum posts, which are a lot of fun. I don't think they are changing the game anytime soon, though. That would be my opinion. Have they been? Wow, that's wild. Where did Roberts go then? I was kind of curious what happened to him. But I mean, they also rejected Rose's proposal to join the global police force, you know? How is a pirate nuke build passed into a 2750? Isn't that just Africa nuke manufacturing with Max Mill? Yeah. So you need high infrastructure and lots of improvements for really efficient Max Mill builds, Max Mill nuking builds. The problem I'm encountering right now in designing ours is that I can't have max military and then also enough for nukes. It's one or the other, which means I'm probably going to have to drop something like ships, and probably some tanks, which is going to make us less effective as mercenaries, which is annoying, but whatever. Robert is in TKR right now. He's gone back. He's gone back home. That should be a poll in itself. And how long does it take Roberts to go back to TKR? On average, about 5 minutes. More influential than Coal of Raccoon. I mean, yeah. I mean, anyone's more influential than a Micro Alliance. I don't know much about Black Sheep. They've been around for a while, though, and I only hear about them in passing. That's my commentary on them. Should we succeed? I'm not even a member. 9 votes. Most people think yes. I think it's optimistic so far, my poll. I'm curious how that looks on the page. Where is this thing? Will WTF become influential? No, never. Not in their life. Most people tuning into the Camelot stream will think Camelot will succeed. I don't know about that. I mean, usually these streams jump around. I didn't exactly advertise it. It is kind of 50-50 at the moment. I think even within our alliance there's probably some doubts. That's been my assumption. I will take a look actually, because I did a poll earlier on Camelot people on how they were feeling about it. So I will take a look there. Recent. There we go. Reload the Wardock. We should have kept NG, but not Clooney. Yeah, 100%. NG would have had a lot more fun. I cannot believe Clooney was trying to install a viceroy. That is just the height of arrogance. When you're opening a Camelot CN branch. We already retired it. We don't want to do it again. Maybe we'll create another CN alliance. Maybe we'll bring a CN alliance over to PNW though. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be neat. We actually talked to. They have an alliance over there called the Knights of the Round Table, which we wanted to try and partner with at one point because it'd be kind of cool to have like an Arthurian alliance on either end. But they were, I don't know, inactive, so we just didn't care that much. Yeah, okay, so 100% of members that have responded to our polls so far have said they're happy being pirates. That's currently the results. We'll see how they go, though. I imagine there'll be some that don't want to be. Tech trading once every 20 days, not fun enough. Couldn't imagine it. Yeah. Well, you say that, but then you're also saying, like, how could Camelot survive as pirates? What you should really be doing is farming. You don't even log in for tech trading once every 20 days in PNW. I thought I saw something about a Knight of the Round Table in PNW. A micro by the same name, but unrelated. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. They had a micro. I think maybe the leader had a connection to them, but I doubt it. I think it's going to be on the channel. Yeah, I think I won't remove it, probably. I might even take the first 30 minutes and then just turn that into a pro video. But we'll see. I forgot about his name, but the GOG leader was a funny guy. It was Seeker. He used to get drunk in voice chats. He was really funny. I will give him that. He had a wild attitude to him as well, where if an alliance annoyed him, then he would just like hire mercenaries on them or get a proxy, or he would just attack them himself. He was a lot of fun, actually. I think back on it. Maybe he might have been the leader from that era, most like me, at least in terms of how proactive he was. But yeah, he would just fight alliances. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's your list, Toronto. I didn't mean to leak like the OffSec, but I realized it wasn't really going to remain valuable that long because TFP was already realizing it was broke. So yeah, I just posted it. You know what's crazy? I think they didn't even like refund most of these people. Most of these people, they left inactive and doomed. There was a great message I got sent by Doge earlier, which is just beautiful. It is no shade of this member. Do not insult them. This is just insight into the Rose Coalition. What else is there to say? It's the way it is. It's brutal. Are all leaders connected like on a Discord server? That would be cool. Yes and no. So usually 99% of the time, no. We have we operate in the news servers. So in like Royal Abyss News, you have all the leaders there. PNW main server, all the leaders are there. There's a few other community servers, people are there. Generally though, there isn't a server for all the leaders, except for the new Geneva Convention server, which has been designed specifically to try and remove Camelot from the game. So we have united the game against us. Though half of the game is siding with us, so I guess how successful that was is debatable. Right, Doge, he doesn't talk as much in public anymore. He does, I think. People just don't notice it. We all talk a little bit less, though. I mean, I was talking about less in public because there's just less going on. Recently there's been stuff going on, which is why I've been like talking, because it affects us. But I mean, before that, like, what was really happening in the game? Some big wars, a lot of OPSEC stuff. There wasn't that much you could talk about in public, so people didn't. How much do you pay them? Who? Was there any news on generals and drone unit update? I don't know. I think there was the military research update. I don't think the drone update or generals update is coming anytime soon that I know of. Yeah, yeah. It is still astonishing the amount of things you can get called NPO for. But then Clooney is like, I can install a Viceroy in Camelot, and that's okay. What the hell? There was there was a great log. I don't know if it's real because it came from Roadsphere, but if it is, it's hilarious. Where there's a person in the Geneva chat, and he says, "Hey guys, I think we're acting like NPO." And it's like right above or below or something. Clooney talking about installing a Viceroy, and it's peak self-awareness that Rose unites the whole game to roll an alliance out of it, and then Clooney wants to install a Viceroy. That is classic. I feel bad for him too. I think they left him to get rolled. But that's not too uncommon. I mean, there are members that don't check Discord, and then they're like, "How did I lose?" It's like, "Oh, maybe you should have talked to people." Are we the baddies? Yep, it's exactly that. It's precisely that moment. I would love if, because that chat will inevitably get leaked. I said that to other people. I said, you have 50 alliances in a room. That chat is not OPSEC. What they should do, unironically, this would be really cool of them, is make the chat public, and then allow normal members in, but they can't talk in it. That would be really cool. Because in Nuremberg? This is a bad analogy, for a variety of reasons. But essentially they're creating like a trial for Camelot. That's what they're doing, right? And they're saying like, what should the punishment be? And they should have that little trial and that little jury, but they should have like the public sitting in to watch the proceedings. That would be kind of cool. They won't do that, but they should do that. And then I can be cheering from the gallery, going like, "We don't deserve this," and like, "We're rebels," and all that. It'll be fun. It's weird. I'm not tired, but I am tired. It's my voice. I think that's it. It's messed up. Do we have any more questions, or is that where we ended? I think the poll is quite interesting. It's 60%. I don't know what the distribution is like, how many of that is allies or opponents or anything. I think the polls in game are really interesting. I did two. I did one in the Camelot versus the World, and then one in Camelot of the Caribbean. In the first one, it's Are We Justified, and it is 111 Rose members and 40 Camelot members. Actually, do you want to see something really funny? This is a poll I created, right? We're gonna do a little bit of magic here, right? We're gonna do a little bit of trolling on Rose. Oh, actually, I have to do it on phone. 1 second. But yeah, I knew this would get negative votes, but I was curious on which other alliances would support us, and I thought it might just be interesting because no other alliance had ever asked the question, "Are we justified?" in their post. Like, it's almost sort of baiting them into answering, like, no. See, I knew we would lose the vote, but I just wanted to do it anyway. Where is this thing though? But I realized this after because I figured out how polls worked on the forums. So it's on edit. Polls are broken on the forums, and I will show you that in 2 seconds. And done. Is it fixed? Yeah, there we go. Check this out. Oh, what happened? Are we justified? No. 26%. Yes. 111 members. Who thinks we are justified? All of the Rose members. Yeah, polls are broken. You can modify what the options are. I'll change it back, but it's a lot of fun. I realized it just after we made the poll. I was like, oh, wait a minute, I could mess with that. Actually, I'll leave it in place, just because it is funny. And, yeah, why not? What are they going to do about it? Are they going to tell all their members to switch their votes the other way? I don't think so. But anyway, the other vote that we did was in this forum post, Epimetheus versus the World, which is just, is are these alliances or the other alliances justified against Rose? Because Rose was plotting against all of them, and we released that. And what's really funny about this is that all of those alliances were like, of course we're justified. And then a few other people, I think randomly Toronto voted no, but a few other people said no. But even Rose members started voting yes. And I think it's because they realized that like voting no was a really bad look when they were already in trouble. So they might as well go, yeah, we did a bad thing, instead of doing, of course, we never did anything bad. So yeah, Rose had to agree to it, which is an unexpected win. But yeah, look, are we justified? Yes. 73% yes. Huge Camelot W. I'll change it back later at some point, I think. If the top 15 had a deathmatch against each other with no treaties, who would win? I mean, I think we would, because we've already done it. We're already doing it. The Camelot pirate flag. Oh, we do need a pirate flag. If someone sends me a very cool pirate flag, I will probably fly that. Yeah, it's such a cool video, the epic musical one. Yeah, it's a really great song. It's a great video. I thought about that, or there was 2 other videos which I was thinking about. One from Pirates of the Caribbean, and then one from a different song or video or something. Yeah. Why is PNWpedia and Fandom Wiki separated? Different purposes and things like that. The fandom page, or the wiki, that was designed to track wars. The problem with it is that it's trying to be unbiased, but by being unbiased, it doesn't tell any stories. So if you go to Cybernation's wiki about a war, it'll explain the war. If you go to a PNW one, it won't explain why the war happened. It'll just link you to the forum posts. And then in those, they don't really explain what happens either. They're just kind of memes. And so the fandom is completely useless. And there were only really 5 contributors to it. And 3 of those contributors have quit. And 2 of them are so new that they aren't making proper contributions. No offense to them. The PNWpedia was designed by Zephyr to try and teach new people the game. So it was combined with the tutorial. And I was on board the team briefly, and I contributed the first page or 2, or the first 5 pages or whatever of the tutorial. Yeah, it's interesting, I think. the PNWpedia is never going to be able to document player activities. It's meant to document game mechanics. But it's also too brief on game mechanics that often if you're talking like... If you need to find out how much a city costs, you're not going to the PNWpedia, you're going to the wiki, because the wiki has a big chart on it. Or if you need to figure out how the API works, you're not going to the PNWpedia. So the fandom is a failure at its only purpose, and then the PNWpedia is also a failure at its only purpose. But they both complement each other enough that people don't feel like anything is missing so badly that they need to replace either of them. Yeah. I don't know, if me, Mindsum, and like 2 other people were just given control of the wiki, it would be one of the most detailed and interesting things you could look at in this game. But no, it's controlled by like these Guardian and Rose members who don't have any interest in ever fixing any of it. Why do you switch yes and no on the Are We Justified? I thought it would be funny, isn't it? I'll switch it back in a minute, but it's really funny. You can do it. And because if people just upvote and downvote on the forum post, then you can't change that. But if you do it on the poll, you can. You can just make them vote for whatever you think, whatever you're thinking of. One second, I'll do another one because it's funny. Are We Justified is pineapple on pizza. Oh, here it is. We'll do no and yes. 3, 2, 1. Edit poll. Guys, it looks like TKR was right. The vast majority of people want pineapple on pizza. I don't know how this happened. The world is topsy-turvy. Something is deeply wrong. This election was perfectly balanced. There was no fraud here. This vote was perfectly right. I don't know. I don't think I've had pineapple on pizza for quite a while. It's quite a distinct food. I think that's why people don't like it. Yeah. It's kind of like ice cream pizza. It's a weird combination. Like these things were not designed to be together. What else should I change the poll to while we're here? I got options. I kind of want to troll and do like I'm the best player, but I actually won that award, so it's not really a meme. That is what makes this so much fun, is that what is it? They're trying to excommunicate me, like 3 months after I got like the best player in the game or something. It doesn't quite work. Then again, my best friend puts pancakes on his pizza. That's a weird combination, man. Pirate Alliance, very cool, right? Oh, I got a good one. Here we go. Should Rose disband? I think the people have spoken. Rose must disband. 100 votes. It's the vast majority. What are we gonna do? It's the will of the people. This is great. I'll change it back to normal. But yeah, it's fun. No one's used polls, so I don't think they realized you can use them in this way at all. Yes. No. But you're not really going to dupe anyone because, like, people remember this stuff. Well, not unless it goes, like, for several years. I mean, if you're a new player and you just stumble upon it, you might be kind of confused. MPO did nothing wrong. Not 100 people. What do you mean we had a good run? We're having a great run. It's still going. The race isn't over until we trip and fall, which will be perhaps a while, I think. How can I not see where this video is? George Clooney voting yes on that one, even after it got changed, it seems. Wait, what did he vote for? Let me see. I didn't see Clooney on here. Am I spelling Clooney wrong? I'm not seeing him. Nope. Clooney didn't even participate. Very sad. Is Camelot selective like high standards or newcomer friendly? We're very newcomer friendly, yeah. You made a joke about changing it to... Oh, yeah, I did, yeah. No. I put in a different thread or whatever that... What's it called? World Task Force was trying to install viceroys. So I said, if they still want a viceroy, the next time that Camelot and World Task Force are at war, we'll give them one. That would be a fun one. Because, I mean, who would really fault us for installing a viceroy in World Task Force? How much money would someone need to be considered a whale or rich? Oh, that's a good question. 10 billion, I think, is the low threshold for that. And in terms of city count, 35 to 45. I think it trends towards 45 now. The high tier is like city 40 now. Mid tier is like city 35. Alliance with the best anthem? Difficult. I don't know. That's a good question. Ours are usually videos, so they're not really anthems. In the past, I would definitely give it to us though, because we had actual like custom music in there for a bit. I'm trying to think if anyone else has done cool custom stuff. Roman Empire did some custom stuff. Typically when people talk about Wales, they talk about it more in terms of military capability and city count. Yeah, so it would be in terms of like city 45 plus. But in terms of monetary stuff, I mean, you would just equate the amount of cash to what city you could get, right? So every city above city 30 costs like $1 billion. So you would need about 15 billion from city 30 to city 45. And then 5 billion or so to get to city 30. So like 20 billion. But we're going to assume you're at like city 25 when you start and you're trying to become wealthy. In which case, then yeah, 10, 15. And you can loan that around. So people would consider you rich at that point. Is there any way to see what taxes other alliances charge without joining them? There is, but it's really annoying, so no one is going to do it. They will advertise them, though. I guess that's also pretty economic, but it's not the main draw. Cities have bad ROI. Yeah, exactly. In a lot of cases, you shouldn't buy cities. Especially if you're like City 40, like, don't buy cities. Yeah, invest it. You're not a whale yet, you're high tier. You're a whale at city 40, 45. Like, I'm city 38, I'm mid tier still, I'm not high tier. A good question might be about resources. Like, how many resources do you need to be considered wealthy? I think that's a very challenging question because there's a lot of Guardian members, for example, that have like 300 million food each, which is insane. But they're never going to sell it all, so maybe they're not rich in practice. Do you think PNW is going to be dead by like 2030? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I don't think it's going to survive to 2030. Maybe actually it would survive in terms of like the server will still be running, but I don't think the political scene will be around in 2030. And no, you can't have more than one nation without breaking game rules, unless it's like a separate person, and then in which case you have a bunch of restrictions on you. There's a lot of alliance leaders though that do kind of have a second nation. Yeah, just to be totally frank, there are. I think it will survive, but like CN. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think the political scene will basically die out, but there is actually a resurgence in CN. CN's politics are restarting, and they've actually had a few more interesting wars than in PNW, so that I hear at least. It's kind of an amazing run. There were so many like boring stretches, I would say. I wish the game evolved more than it has. Like, I think the reason a lot of people joined PNW is because they hoped it would be more interesting than Cybernations. And in some ways it is, but in a lot of ways it just isn't. Like, look at this discussion over the past, like, week. The most interesting political discussion in the decade, I would say, yeah, the decade, is over Camelot breaking a non-aggression pact. And with warning, I would add. So withdrawing from a non-aggression pact more than breaking, in my view. But it's the most interesting political discussion, and then the moment it begins, then Rose is like, let's end it immediately and make sure no one ever does this ever again. It's very disappointing. That's my view on it, though. It's good to be in something from the ground floor. I came too late for that, and I know, but lately I'm getting the feeling that I came in at the end. The best is over. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah. That's a good question, actually. Is the best of PNW behind it? Kinda. I think in 2022 that is what it felt like. Because from 2017 to 2014 to 2016, you had some of the most interesting politics in war, objectively. But the player base was tiny. And it was pre-NPO. And so the stakes were very low. Then NPO came in from 2017 to 2020, and the stakes were really high, and so it felt like that was the culmination of like 20 years of nation sim drama, right? From like nation states to PNW. That's where that story concluded. And you had like EVE Online alliances participating and stuff, so it just felt like a much bigger event. But yeah, it's so at that point I can understand that sentiment. But then we had a bunch of more interesting wars from 2022 to 2025. Like, the wars are more interesting. The problem with them, I think, is that the big alliances are consolidating. So you're going to have, like, EVH, which is a super alliance composed of what would previously be 5 different alliances working together. And none of their FA is public. So, or very little of it is, at least. So, the game is just inherently less interesting. And I mean, if, let's say Camelot fails, right? Say we don't succeed as pirates, we basically disband because Rose has cornered us off. Where does that leave the game? Well, Camelot is like probably the biggest sort of content creating alliance, period. Like, we fight the most people, we tell the most stories, we train the most members. Like, disproportionate to Camelot's size, it has a huge impact on the game. So like losing an alliance like that is actually pretty devastating, and even our opponents know that. So that's my view on it. That if Rose succeeds, that's a really bad sign, because it's also a warning to other alliances that want to be proactive and do interesting things. Like, think about it this way, actually. If, say, Sword Coast wants to break a non-aggression pact in the future, or it just wants to just not honor an MDP, i.e. it wants to do something that's outside the norm, because that's actually what they're talking about. They're talking about norms, and the social contract, we'll say. Where is this? Orbis Central. On norms and the social contract. So, if alliances are not allowed to go outside the norms from time to time, even just once, then the game is like doomed, because you will never see interesting stories again. You'll just see people like coloring within the lines, and that's a big problem in a game like this, which is meant to be a sandbox. You're meant to see alliances doing things that are interesting and different, and having these unique relationships with every other alliance in the game, not some sort of global order that imposes rules on everyone, because that's just not what politics and war is inherently. Who's this? George, you should come on and talk to me on the thing if if you're gonna message me. I don't know. I don't think you were intending to message me, actually. Oh, hearing you talk makes my head hurt. Apparently, everyone is allowed to break treaties. Well, we can have a debate on norms. I actually am happy to have a debate on that, because, yeah, I know. But you said anyway. Whatever. I'm happy to debate it, George, because I don't think you guys have a compelling argument. I think you're trying to bring a global international order into politics and war, where one has never existed, right? So it's a realist game. That is my argument. It's a realpolitik realist game, and it's a self-help system. That's my argument, and you should talk in the chat though. Then they can see what you're saying. Otherwise, they think I'm talking to myself in my brain. Dude, you're so deep inside PNW material. That's fascinating. I've done a lot of research, too much research. This is why I think debating norms with me in terms of like politics and war stuff is so difficult, because most alliances don't think about norms, because norms don't affect them. Norms are something that they encounter only when, only in passing. I've made the argument actually a few times that Rose is a creature of tradition, that the reason Rose does things as an alliance is because the last leader of Rose did those things. The person that taught them those things did those things. Like, for example, why does Rose's alliance page look the way it does? This is a great example because it's so visible, and it's so immediately obvious to everyone that looks at it. Whenever this loads. Okay. So, you're a new player, right? Oh no, you're not a new player. You're leader of Rose. What is your alliance page meant to do? What is its function? We got to think about it. Who's looking at your alliance page? Well, it's not your current members. They don't really care what's on the alliance page. They're in the Discord. Is it other alliances? Not really. They're going to be in your Discord as well. At least the big ones. Is it your smaller alliances, those alliances? Maybe, but if it was them, you would have some sort of blurb about like how to become allies with Rose. It doesn't have that. So what is this really meant to do? This is meant to invite new players to join you. That's its primary function. It's for recruitment. So this section right here what we're looking for in potential members in the application process, this should be up here. This here is a blurb they created 10 years ago that no longer applies. This is just words, right? This should be at the top. This whole government section, completely worthless. It accomplishes nothing. The diplomacy section, this just lists your treaties. They're right here. No one's going to come up here to look for your treaties because it's just too confusing. They'll look down here. They'll look on the treaty web. Here. They're never going to look here. There's no reason to do this. Contrast that, and not to brag. This is not a bragging thing. This is just a contrast in the function of what an alliance page is. Yeah. Start here. What we are. What are the benefits? And some whatever video on how to start the game. Join a Discord, and then a diplomacy channel, and me shelling this. And even a brief motto, right? Which, if you gave that to Rose, just a motto, instantly a better alliance page. Because it gives them an identity. So the alliance page is a great example of something that is tradition versus something that is functional. So Rose is an inherently traditional alliance. It follows norms because their predecessors followed norms, not because they're actually thinking about norms. And because they're not doing it pragmatically, then they have no incentive to actually practice them. Like, for example, we'll talk about, like, raiding, right? So if someone raids you, it's a norm to counter only that nation. However, this is Rose's thinking. They're like, well, the person before me and the person before them and blah, 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 they follow the norm, so I'm going to follow the norm. But if I'm annoyed today at this particular person, whatever, I'll slot the person at the top. Because they're not actually thinking critically about why the norm was created. The norm was created so other alliances didn't do the exact same thing to them and their allies. They're not thinking pragmatically about the norm. They're just doing it because they can. And so yeah, whereas for something an alliance like Camelot or an alliance like Spectre, they're thinking about the norm more because they actually want to protect it, or they want it to function the way it's supposed to function. I'm not smoking anything. I'm barely drinking coffee. It's not doing so well for me at the moment. It destroyed my voice for a few hours there. But yeah, that's a really important point, I think. So much of the game is tradition, and so much of it needs to be more functional. What's the reason for main server turns being every 2 hours, unlike test with one? The test server is considered too fast for most people. Yeah. It's because damage is too high. I've made this argument once before, that you reduce turns, you reduce damage. So for instance, if in a war against another nation, instead of doing 300 planes, you did like 100 planes. So you had to do like 30 airstrikes to zero someone instead of like 10. That would make the war longer by a factor of 3. So instead of a war being decided in the first 36 hours by, I don't know, 500 nations, it would be decided in the first 80 hours by 3 times that many nations, because people would need to cycle out and so forth. So you would need to declare multiple wars to beat someone. Yeah, I think that would be much more interesting than the current system, in my view. But that's a minority position so far. But yeah, if you want to have a normative debate, George, about whether treaties should be allowed to be broken, I think that is an easy debate to have, and I think I'll win it. I'm usually fine, but I don't know. It's a bad day. I was going to do this yesterday, but then I was going to record it, actually, instead of doing it live, but I found whenever I was recording it, I kept mixing up my words. I think it's a bit easier to talk to people when there's a response, at least in text, than you like know someone's like thinking about what you're saying. Yeah. And you can just roll over mistakes, right? So you can just go, that's a mistake, and I'll continue. Whereas when you're talking to a screen, you're just like, I made a mistake, I should fix that. Oh, that's a really cool flag. I like that. So they've made a Camelot flag with a black background and 2 swords underneath their shield. That's kind of... Oh, what I should do actually is I should remove the yellow sword behind it, and I should replace that with pirate swords. That would look so cool. I'm going to do that. I need to remember that, so someone remind me. Our alliance internal process and wars are external affairs. Does that make sense? What do you mean by internal processes? Oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, so politics are secret, and then wars are the public side of politics. How come only Cam has their alliance page that way? We don't. There's actually a number of alliances like us. Who's a really good example? It's not Sword Coast. They have a more traditional one. Is it Weebinism? I'm trying to think. It's one of them. Maybe it's AA, actually. Yeah, look, Antarctica Alliance is a great example because they were modeled after Castle Camelot. They took a pragmatic, practical approach to their alliance page. So, who they are, we've achieved great decisive victories against larger foes. What their pitch is, no taxes. How do you join? Very simple. And a few images which are really annoying on desktop, but actually probably look great on phone. And then you have a bunch of bulletins that people can read before they join. Yeah, this is, Antarctica, for all my criticisms, they have a very practical alliance page. On phone, it probably is a lot less. But I agree, they should simplify it down, but that is already a huge improvement over what Rose is doing. It is more functional. Yeah, Nemesis, there's probably a few people. But yeah, a lot of alliances copy I would call it the traditional alliance page structure because it's what's done, right? It is a tradition, right? So they inherit the tradition. Ads are extremely underutilized, but they're also kind of worthless. Antarctica pre-war had great recruitment. Antarctica post-war has terrible recruitment. And part of that is because we stopped redirecting some of our members there. Religion in PNW. It's not a mechanic. If it were a mechanic, that'd be kind of cool. If there was you could choose your nation's religion, that'd be kind of cool. There was an idea for, not nation states, statecraft, the Politics and War 2.0 game. The idea being that you could create a religion and then alliances would go to war over that. It's not attracting any poachers. We can criticize, Antarctica's page, but it is way more functional than Rose's. Rose's page, in my view, is much more of a micro page than Antarctica's. And I say that as someone that's created both. This alliance page that Rose has, actually I have it here, this exact alliance page, the one with the government, diplomacy, joining Rose here, these big banners, and these things in different columns. Even with this, and the 4 hyperlinks below text, I created pretty much all of this. This was my design, and it was even my color scheme. Rhodes had a different color scheme. They used to be pink, and we were a maroon alliance, so we had more of these dark reds. But yeah, Rose asked me to make one for them, and I refused, so they copy-pasted ours. Unironically. They just ripped it, and they put their own spin on it now. but it is essentially still the same thing. Yeah. And the purpose when I made this design was to try and compress things, because the old Alliance pages used to be, all of this information would be in just one huge wall of text, and so I tried to compress it using columns. And we had like a dove or something, or like a swords or something to indicate. We used emotes as well that they didn't use. What else is there? Oh, and we used to have, I think we included characters or designs into the backgrounds of these, which they didn't see the purpose of. Regardless of how it's structured, aesthetically it looks legitimate. That's going to attract approach much easier than Antarctica's, regardless of how much better structured it is. I disagree. It doesn't look any more professional, in my view. Like, if you want to go for professionalism, Syndicate. This, oh, there you go. That's professional. It's simple, it's professional, works perfectly. The reason this works, and the reason that works and it shouldn't work, is because it's short. You can have the gov on the page if it's short. And they have this whole thing about invite only. Enterprise. Yeah, they don't even really have a page. Like, this actually doesn't accomplish much. But yeah, so Syndicate gets away with their stuff looking professional because it's short and it doesn't actually convey that much information. I don't just dislike Rose purely because of... or I don't dislike the page purely because of Rose. I dislike it because it's a tradition that's being passed on to lots of other alliances. Where is it? Yeah, see, it gets passed on to tons of other alliances, and it's just kind of pointless. Like, I would much prefer some sort of description of why the Sword Coast is a special alliance, rather than all this basic information that I already kind of know, or that I don't need at any point. Oh, the frogs. I think the frogs have a good one. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the most interesting thing at the top there. But yeah, this is really good. When it's an image, then you can get away with a lot more. The Black Knights is also an example of this. Where is it? It is here. This is great. This is a great design. They've taken the traditional page where you have a government and diplomacy, but you've redesigned it so it looks much better, and then you've also added these basic elements. So these are a pitch, why you should join us, which Rose doesn't have. Rose doesn't have a good pitch on why you should join Rose. That is a great pitch. See, these are all things that you have to give Rose to be a member. These are all things BK will give you. I'm not even going to look at EOTR's page, because EOTR's page is literally military propaganda. What do you think of Mayhem's Alliance page? Let me see Mayhem's. I'm not going to pull up too many of them because they might change their page while I'm working on stuff. I like this. Oh, and they're using... So this is another example. This is better than BK's. With BK's here, this is an image, so you can't drag it. This, however, is them editing the HTML behind the page, so this is all clickable text. So you can actually click the links. So this looks great. They've compressed the government section a lot. The treaty section isn't that bad. They put it at the end. They explained who they are, and they explain the applications. Everything on the left here will appear first on mobile. So explanation of who they are, applications, government, treaties. Perfect order. Perfection. I love that. Mayhem's page, all my criticisms of them They're militarily completely useless. They understood the alliance page. We did the same as BK. Yeah, we did we did an interesting alliance page for April Fools. I don't like the Syndicate logo. I mean, it doesn't... People might dislike it, but it does look very clean and professional. I will give them that. What if alliances switch from using the forums to using bulletins? I don't think we'll see it anytime soon, but it would probably be good for the game because more people will see bulletins than forums. Yeah, even in the alliance section. Yep. But yeah, George, if you're still here, come debate norms. And I'm happy to debate this topic. I don't think most of your faction can, frankly. I think there were 3 players which could go toe-to-toe with me on norms, and I think they would probably agree with me. So unless you're going to wheel out a boss from retirement, I don't think you have a player that can stand up on that. And if Partisan was here, he would agree with me. At the very least, if not on the specifics of it, I think he would agree in principle that the game is a realist game. He was a real politique player. So I think my arguments would actually be quite persuasive. He might word them very differently though. I think he was something closer to a defensive realist, which is I would contest whether or not that is accurate in the game or not, but who can say? Didn't work. Bulletin still gets spammed with Nation IV. LU nation name was universal. Yep, that's what they claimed earlier. I never did give him proper advice on what his nation should do. I think my advice was just get 100% commerce and no disease. That's pretty bare bones. Actually, I have a good question for you, George. What do you think of my plan? How successful do you think it will be? I'm asking Rose for their advice, How do I need to perfect this to defeat Rose better? Democracy. Democracy is a fickle thing in politics and war. I think it's very easy to sort of manipulate democracies in this game. But if you have a very strong core of old members, then it can be harder. Because the way they historically have been done makes it too slow. Yeah, that's the other thing. If the game was slower, then they'd be more effective. The reason the reason all big democratic alliances elect a president and then that president elects a leader or a government team, the reason they operate that way is because they don't want there to be dissent in the high gov, because then they'll leak and sabotage each other. And they don't want decisions being made as a team. They want the decisions being made by a single person or a small team of people who can make decisions instantly and react to problems instantly, because wars are so quick and decisive. That's the short version of it. You're essentially electing a Roman-style dictator or a consul, right, to handle the problem temporarily, and then when the crisis goes away, then they give up their power. That's the premise. But because politics and war is in a constant state of crisis and a constant state of wars, then the government never goes away, right? You just elect another dictator and another dictator. There's an interesting factor, though, about how wars reinforce democracies. So an alliance like Federated States of Orbis is weak when it's not... when they're outside of war, they're very easy to push around because they want to keep the members happy and they want to avoid war. When they enter a war, they become briefly very resistant because they have that gung-ho attitude. When they start losing the war, they crumble immediately. However, there is a threshold where if you keep pushing, they will actually become really, really strong. Like, if you really try to erase FSO from the game, they become like nigh invincible. And that's a big problem they have with Camelot, actually. And they've discussed it in this Geneva Convention server, where they're saying, we cannot remove Camelot's leadership because the members understand the problems and they back them like 100%. So there's no reason to like try and remove the leadership because you're just going to have that problem again. And like the next leaders, maybe they're more clever, or maybe they're how do I put it? Maybe they're more capable. They don't know. So it's one of those very interesting problems. Do you think there's a chance Gulag could merge into another alliance after their fall off? Yeah, 100% actually. I mean, I could see Singularity merging into Rose. Like, people will say, oh, that's ridiculous, but, I mean, is it really? Is it really unthinkable? Not really. You know, it would put them as rank 1 again. I mean, they could merge with EVH. It could merge with the Immortals. Honestly, the Immortals would be a really good pick. That'd take them up to 1.2 million. Immortals has a lot of things to fix in it. It's already looking for a merger. Yeah, I could see that. I would check what Samurai's got as their page. I will do that. Oh, is that... yeah, I think I saw that earlier. My mouse. I'm fighting the mouse to try and get it to work. Wartime capybara. Against the world. That is so cool. Yeah, I need to make a pirate flag for us. That'd be awesome. Sketchy returning home. Yeah. Kigar's once again becoming the leader of Rose. You know, my favorite part about Camelot versus the world is that I don't have to be like super political about like what my opinions are. Like, I don't care. I didn't really care before, but like now I really don't care. He's wondering still. You know who would be really interesting to hear about on the normative discussion? It'd probably be someone like Prefontaine. He would be really interesting to hear from, because I think he's seen so much of the game, especially its norms and its history, that his perspective on it would be fascinating. Yeah, I would listen to him. If he wants to like appear magically from the depths of politics and war and give his input onto whether non-aggression pacts are like these hard and fast things, or these unbreakable bonds, or these more nebulous things, I think that would be a very interesting perspective to hear. I usually listen to what Roberts has to say, even when I disagree with it. He, I think, has said that we're basically in the right, or that you could even go a little bit further than our position, and the naps should be malleable. I'll find it, because he had a very interesting post. What did Matt say? That is wild. He does know that World Task Force is trying to install viceroys, right? Like, who's really MPO here? Here it is. I think it's in this channel. Here it is. This is Roberts. So in my opinion, the FA hierarchy has obsessed over naps for far too long. In most instances... Naps should not only stop being a norm, this move should be cheered as something different rather than the world police sticking their nose up Epi's metaphorical behind about it. I guarantee that if any major violated a nap, the punishment would only be the result of political convenience, or no punishment would happen at all. Camelot's only in danger of punishment due to their relative isolation and weak FA position, which they've had for a while now. For a while, he means like 5 years. But yeah. Aside from anti-nap rhetoric in general, oh yeah, here you go. You won't see meaningful politics for the sake of politics without meaningful changes to the economic system. Okay, so that's just talking about economics. But the early point, I think, is very accurate. Roberts makes some very good points. I wouldn't even go that far, actually, as to say what he's saying. But he's making very good arguments. Maybe I'll come around, you know? Maybe I'll eventually come to Robert's position. Because my argument that isn't that naps are these things that you cannot break. My argument is that that every relationship with an alliance is different, right? But that the nap was negotiated on a coalition level, right? Which is a bit of nuance, right? So it's saying that Myrmidon broke its word with us, but that doesn't mean we're going to break our word with Grumpy. We don't universalize these things. At the same time, when we signed an agreement with Rose Coalition, that was under the assumption that it applied equally to all members of Rose Coalition, and that when one of them broke it, they all did, because we were the only party on the other side. So, like, if one member of Rose Sphere decided to roll Camelot, and the others didn't, I mean, that is a very unequal agreement. And the last time we had an agreement of that sort, then we were responsible for all of the people on our side. So that's my view on it. We were just trying to affect some consistency and a norm should be something that you can repeat multiple times. A norm is essentially an action that you can play in an infinite game. There's something called like the infinite prisoner's dilemma. That, I mean, if you're ever interested in sort of this game's politics, then look up the infinite prisoner's dilemma. I was going to make a video on it, but I didn't. Yeah. I wonder if the chat's broken. Maybe. Maybe not. Huh. I can add moderators or time people out or pin things. I didn't know I could do any of that. That's pretty neat. Do I have to pin the poll? I don't think I do. I'm going to end the poll, I think. I've got 19 votes. I don't really want to end it, though. It's 58 against. That's not nice. Which year do you think was the best and worst Pinot year? Well, that's a good question. 2023 was a lot of fun, I think. It's not been 2025, I'll give it that. The worst year is 2019. I think that is easy. Maybe 2021, actually. 2021 might have been worse than 2019. This reminds me when I was arguing with Vex and Ron before I realized she was Vex, not Vanes. The argument was about to make, what if TKR violated their nap during the existence of House? I've heard about other alliances breaking non-aggression pacts. I have not heard the details on them, though. Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. If TKR broke the nap, Eclipse would definitely treat that as all their other allies breaking it too, 100%. There's no denying it. I think that's why it's so manifestly ridiculous that the nap does not apply to the whole coalition, right? That any of them can just simply opt out. Like, that's ridiculous, right? If Rose breaches it, all of their allies have breached it. Yeah, it just makes sense. Why will it end in 2030? I think the political scene of the game will struggle to get past 2030 just because it's already kind of consolidated too much. Like, Say Camelot doesn't exist next year. Say it disappears as an alliance. What replaces it? I don't think there will be a replacement. That's the harsh reality of it. I think the alliances that are here will only continue to merge into each other, and that the new alliances that come up, there will be so few of them that they will not dramatically change the nature of the game. Unless, of course, there is a huge invasion of new players, which is increasingly unlikely as newer and better games evolve the mechanics that Politics and War has been using. For example, there are games now which are... Well, Politics and War is basically a simplified EVE Online, in that you have a faction your faction and its politics is the game. That just is what Politics and War is. There are other games, I think, like Rise of Kingdoms or something, or like... there are bigger like multiplayer games now, which I think have similar mechanics to what Politics and War is, and will continue to develop them. There's a big one that Ashes of Creation, I think, is an example, where you basically have guilds and territory, and the politics of the guilds competing against each other is like a big part of the game. Stuff like that is the major like AAA or AA studios, quadruple A, I don't know. Yeah, AA, AAA, whatever. The higher quality games taking elements of this faction politic. And at that point, when those better games have this stuff, why would you come to Politics and War? Like, what's the selling point? And for a lot of people, the selling point is that you can run it anywhere because it's only a browser. And how long until another browser game has the same features? Not that long. It'll happen in the next few years. A lot of people have already come close. Yeah, but how long until Politics and War is replaced by another web game? Or how long until web games themselves are phased out in favor of better mobile games? Like, look at the popularity of Rise of Kingdoms or whatever compared to Politics and War. It's dramatic. Politics and War needs to evolve as as a mobile game more than as a web game. Or it needs to develop like as a desktop game. Like, it needs to improve itself dramatically in a very short space of time to compete with other games. Because the games industry has become so advanced so quickly, and there is so much competition. And also there's a backlog. Like, say for example, if you're someone that's growing up and you get to pick what type of game you want to play, and you want a political game where you have a faction and you join that faction and grow in it and stuff, what game do you want to play? Well, you have all of the modern games in, say, 2030 or whatever, and then you have a huge catalog of amazing games going back to like 2013, which are all in the same genre. So I think it's really hard for Politics and War to compete. Yeah, but you also have like Eve Echoes and stuff like that, where like that game will keep growing and keep developing and changing and making it easier for new people to come on board and being visually interesting, and the hardware is going to support games like that much more easily than they do now, right? Like 5 years ago, you would need a top-end phone to play something like Eve Echoes. In 3 years, that will be easily available on the worst phone on the market. So I think Politics and War's appeal is that it is a game that doesn't have any requirements. But in 5 or 10 years, other games won't have requirements either, and those games will be better. Like, look at Cybernations. Why do none of us play Cybernations? Because it is graphically terrible. It is objectively, mechanically, better designed than Politics and War. Because it has more stuff involved in it. Like, there is a few things which are annoying, but Politics and War is in many ways a simplified Cybernations. it has a kind of a unique identity at this point, but it is a simplified Cyber Nations. What's it called? Yeah, other games I think are going to catch up pretty quick. Web games in general have a hard time of it right now. And I think actually one of the appeals that Alex should probably lean into is that like there's a comment about how there's so many Indian players in Politics and War, and like so many like Pakistani players and players from like Africa or from Eastern Europe, and it's like, why is that? Well, in a lot of cases, like Politics and War has no system requirements, right? It's just a web game, so it's very easy for those people to afford it essentially and play it and access it. Whereas people in countries with like a much higher revenue or whatever, then they're going to be playing sort of games that are more expensive, right? If you have a choice between an $80 game and a $2 game or a no dollar game, you play the no dollar one if you're in a harder time, and you play the more expensive one if you can, and you have the means to. Unless the free game has a much better value proposition, which is rarely true. Yeah, I mean, CN has flaws compared to PNW, but if you ask CN players, who are also now PNW players, which is better, a lot of the CN players, or CN and PNW players, for a very long time, for like a decade since CN was better, but PNW had a slightly nicer UI, and it wasn't as mature a game, so like the wealth was not as hoarded in PNW. But now the wealth is hoarded in PNW, which I think is why Alex is trying to cap the city counts, because he's trying to reduce the consolidation and make it easier for people to join the game. And he's trying to keep the game development moving so it can compete. But I think, yeah, it's very hard to do. Extremely difficult to do. But anyway, yeah, if I was in his shoes, I wouldn't be recruiting on like... I wouldn't be recruiting to English-speaking players. I would be recruiting like... Or I would be, sorry, not recruiting. I'd be advertising to like people in like India and people in Eastern Europe or Africa or like those sorts of realms, just because like you have huge communities there that you could get into the game and that will really enjoy it. I mean, United MR, people like give them a lot of grief, but that is like a Pakistani alliance that's very successful. Like they are essentially, like if you know anything about UU, there's essentially 3 friend groups. Like they all know each other IRL, and they like communicate via like WhatsApp or whatever. But like that, I think, is a much clearer future for Politics and War than convincing like Jimmy from Wisconsin to play the game, because he has better games he could play. I don't think the game can survive without advertising. Just one YouTube ad would bring a couple thousand, I'm sure. Yes, you're right. But at the same time, the conversion is really bad. Like, look at the Drew Darnell influx. It was not great. It was, dare I say it, a bad result. Only a very small portion of them stuck around. And I will actually give Alex a little bit of a break here. Part of the reason they didn't stick around is because the politics of the day were completely disinteresting. If all of the political discussion happens in private, and then wars happen instantly, and you can't really affect the outcome, what's the point playing? You know what I mean? What's the point? Yeah, I think the Drew Darnell influx failed not because of Alex, but because of alliances. And it was really interesting too, because George, leader of Rose, or second in command of Rose or whatever, he used to comment on this, because he used to say the big alliances are always preparing for the next influx, and they're going to have their forums or their application process like really slimmed down, and they'll be able to handle hundreds of applications in a day, and like they're going to be really capable. And he's right, they will have the staff and the means to do that, and to process large numbers of people and to train them all in bulk. And then they're going to sit there and do nothing for the next 3 months. and then they're all going to go inactive. No other way around that. That is just what happens. That's because there's nothing happening in the game for large stretches of time, which I think is why people, I think, are going to say, oh, Camelot's going to fail as a pirate alliance, and I'm going, no, we actually are going to have things to do, unlike most of you. So I don't know. I think we might actually have a lot more success than people imagine. Nation States is allowed multis and is not a competitive game. There's hardly anything to kill in it. I mean, I'm not commenting on Nation States. Honestly, it's interesting how many of the Drujanel people started returning years after the fact just because they got reminded of it. Yeah, I mean, because it pops up in YouTube feeds. I've probably created a small little loop with Drujanel's video, I think. But I've also flooded the genre. I realized one of the reasons I can't get views on newer videos about politics and war is that I'm competing with myself. Like, if you search out politics and war, then it's like Drew Donnell and then like 50 of my videos. And it's like, if I release a new one, it's not going to be at the top of that list, it's going to be at the bottom. So, yeah, that's tough. And also because the general player base of politics and war has shrunk, then, like, you're not going to be seeing a ton of views on a politics and war video in general anyway. But I think I got like 100,000 eyeballs or something on the game. Like, I brought a chunk of people into the game. But yeah, it's just hard keeping them. And, yeah, that's my view on it. Feel free to tell me I'm wrong about any of the game development stuff, though. I'm not an expert on it. That's just my instinct from seeing alliances form and disband. Also, the votes evened out again. 45 to 55. Knife's edge. Drew Donnell's channel... No, he didn't. Seriously? No way. Oh. Drew Donnell. This is a fresh YouTube, so I'm kind of curious what is recommended to it, but whatever. It's not dead. Oh, wait. Oh, wow, it is. Jesus. What happened? That's crazy. Wait a minute, no it's not. Is it? He's not getting as many views per video anymore. I will give him that. He's not as... But he's making more, I think, which is how his views have stayed stable. I think he became a React channel, which briefly helped him and then did not over time. There's a lot of Wojaks. I initially watched him in his really old stuff. Well, okay, not that old. Where am I thinking? AI only. Yeah, so this is his stuff that I originally watched. The original, like, Civ 5 AI only games were a lot of fun. It was very interesting seeing how people would win. Drew. Okay, I haven't even heard of that. I mean, looks like he does. but at the same time it's not. Oh, maybe yeah, he's posting more frequently, but the videos are hitting lower numbers. I mean, still like 10 times better than mine. Not even that, 100 times better than mine. And way more frequently. But yeah, he's a reaction channel now. He's not creating things in the same way he was before. At least in what I saw last. Yeah, I don't know. I see a lot of content now, so I don't know. I don't tend to watch him anymore. But yeah, interesting. Huge output, yeah. Apparently, I mean, I'm always curious if I should post more. I probably should. I haven't been. I've been really bad about it. Weekly P&W videos. I think if I posted weekly P&W videos, I think I would run out of things to say. Actually, that was a big solution. That was not a big solution. That was a big turning point. So with becoming pirates, then we will be fighting new people every week, so I can talk about new things every week. There'll be new wars, new events, new things to do. I think that's kind of cool. So yeah, that's my thought process. People think this is the end of Camelot, but it's really the beginning of the channel's golden age. P&W AI only. I don't know. I thought I would cancel it at like 30 minutes, and now it's kept going, and so I've left it going, and I've just continued talking. It'll end when my voice ends. Spins like a plan. Yep. I need a parrot. That's a good point. Do I have an art program on here? Is my question now. Oh, I don't have it on here. I would need to switch to a different thing. I was going to make the Camelot flag on here, but I can't. That's kind of sad. What I'm thinking for the Camelot flag is we're going to have a skull and bones behind the dragon, or a set of scimitars. Oh, is it scimitars or scimitars? Swords. Pirate swords. Are you going to accept Baghapi when she's on her Orbis tour? Yes, absolutely. Even if we returned to being a peaceful farming alliance, I would have absolutely accepted her back. Not that I'm the greatest fan of when she left, or how she left, or when she was here last, but I think she's done very well as an Admiral of Arg, and I think it would be a bit insulting to not accept her into the alliance when she's trying to raise money for a very cool event at the end of the year, or something like that. She did an interview with Rao. I will find it. Yeah. So the Heapy interview, turreting Arg in the nuke event, and they spoke in it a bit about what Heapy was going to do next, which was quite interesting. But I thought it would be, I actually wanted to do a reaction to Morale's stuff. I think I might have sent them a message about it, or I'd forgotten I was going to. But yeah, I was thinking I could react to most of their videos. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I know, yeah. Already taking after him. I asked, who did I ask? There was someone else that was making P&W videos, and I was like, I would love to react to that, because they made a tutorial, and I was like, you got like 80% right. It was just, you were so close, but not quite. Oh, here it is, this is what I wanted to make it on. This is a video I would love to react to. If Morale gave me permission, I would react to this one, because he gets like 80% of stuff right, but it's just like so narrowly wrong, and that'd be really cool to do a commentary of. Roberts made an idea for NPC nations with tons of loot. They have existed, actually. One was called Avalon, which is really annoying for us because we had a bank named Avalon, And then when I was transferring resources, we sent it to Avalon the Nation, not knowing that it was an NPC. Maybe it was a good thing, though. Alex returned a chunk of them. Not all, but some. Not the TFP flag in the netmaxing video. There should be a TFP flag in the netmaxing video. Oh, it is. And it's Rose. It's TFP and Rose. That is perfect. Damn. See, morale was ahead of the game. They were 6 months ahead of me. Is it 6? 7 months ahead of me. I thought morale was in the chat at one point, actually. I was certain they were. Yeah, they were. I can't message them, can I? Can I react to videos? Okay, yeah, they have seemed to have left. Maybe another day. Alright, does that not ping? I thought that pinged. Whatever. But, yeah, another day. We'll do that. This is kind of fun. Just talking politics and war in general. I did this video a few years ago, and it was interesting. Yeah, they did paste a bit weirdly. I'm surprised by how many people are actively watching. Stumbling over my words now. I should do this more often. I should actually ping people when I do it. Instead of choosing a random time for no reason whatsoever and then leaking all my war plans. Actually, that's who the 10 people in the thing are. They're all Rose members that are 50 minutes behind watching the first 20 minutes of it. OCN, what about that? Who's pinging me? No one's pinging me. Fantastic. NPO is so slow to do anything. I've left their alliance, I think in nation states or whatever. Still haven't unrolled me. It's been like 6 months. Oh no, Kev has discovered that Firewolf was posted. That's not gonna be fun. I don't want to talk to either of them about that. Leave me out of it. This chat has been like 50% me since I tuned in. Yeah, you have. Yep. That's because it's all Rose Gov that are 50 minutes behind, watching the first 10 minutes and like trying to figure out how to defeat us. You know, come up with the new plans. So far they haven't come up with any. They're stumped. They're puzzled. They're bamboozled. George was groaning earlier, saying, "Oh, your arguments aren't any good." Okay, then come debate them. He doesn't want to. When we left Rose's coalition in the last global war, we actually offered to do a live stream and sort of discuss why we left it and ask Rose a few questions on why they hadn't told us certain things. And they refused. They were like, "No, we're not going to do that. Why would we make the game interesting and create content?" That's cool, man. I should do the same. I should find a fun game to play. Mayhem agrees with the chimp with a shotgun analogy. He's accepted the conclusion. Amazing. I think it is a good analogy. I think I should come up with more analogies for alliances doing weird things. Actually, just occurred to me, this is exactly what I was talking about. Rose is 50 minutes behind in the video. That's that's why they're a current viewer. That's awesome. Wow. Actually, I'll do a new poll. Let's do a new poll. here. Oh, I have to do... Oh, I gotta close the last poll to do a new one. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll. I'm gonna do another one, which is... Start poll. There we go. So I think... Oh, do you think we'll succeed as pirates? 52% no, 47% yes. 21 votes. That is pretty good, I think. Like, there's going to be a bunch of Rose people in the chat, so... I don't mind those numbers, you know? For fighting against the whole game, I think that's fine. Who is the most controversial alliance in PW besides MPO? Camelot. Not even close. We are significantly more controversial than MPO was. It's not even a comparison, really. But if you were removing us and MPO, that is an interesting question. I would say probably, off the top of my head, KT, I think. Knights Templar is very controversial. The problem with KT is that they're really good at the game. Like, if they sucked at the game, they would be genuinely driven out of it. But because they're really good at the game, they can get away with wild stuff. Broke Rosian trying to watch the entire thing from the start versus Humble jumping in instead and talking Ebby's ear off without any context. Yeah. Peak Syndicate player. Yeah. I control the stream. I'm not going to watch it for 3 hours. Yeah, spot on. Okay, that's a pretty decisive response in the vote so far. Very cool. Would it even be possible to change from farming to pirates just from out of nowhere? I mean, that's the question. I don't know. I think we're going to lose a lot of people, but I don't know how many we're going to lose. It's such a good question. I put out a poll amongst the membership just to see how many people were on board or not. I will see how many results it's got. I think I will pull it up. Okay. It has got 10 results so far, so it's small numbers. So far, it is 90% yes, they're comfortable raiding for at least a few months. So, that to me... Oh, and now it's 12. And it's about 70%, 80%. So... And those people that are in like that 30% of like not super comfortable rating, they're saying like maybe, like we'd do half of that time at least, or some of it. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're gonna work with these people and figure out like what works for them, so that way they can continue growing and also help the alliance, and also we can continue to function in going in new directions as well. One sad thing mechanically is your infra didn't seem too stacked going into piracy, so your autarky builds might not be too effective. If you even go with those, I assume you are. Yeah, honestly, I really wish we had realized this was long term before going into it. We didn't. I'll just admit that. We were broke, and then we were like, how do we get out of this situation the Rose has put us in? And the solution was to go raiding with ARG for 1 or 2 months. And then when we had the nuke auction come up and we had to hit TFP, then we realized, well, how do I put it? We realized Rose was not going to let this go, right? That once they created the global coalition to completely remove us from the game, we were like, oh, okay, so that means we're never going to be able to, like, build up again. Like, they're just, like, I'll put you in our shoes right now. Just like, if you're in that position, you're completely broke, you can't rebuild because Myrmidon will hit you again if you rebuild. They already said that to us, or a different pirates will. People were buying the debt to use as CB to hit us again after we rebuilt. So there's just no hope of rebuilding. The only way you can pay the debts off and stand a chance of rebuilding is if you pirate for a few months. That's the only way to make the money. So that was our plan. And then, yeah, you realize, like, that plan isn't going to work. you know? That the rose is basically going to remove you from the game over that. That is brutal. There's no way around that. And you just go, well, I guess we're pirates now. That's the hand you've been dealt. And it's like, you either disband at that point, or you like change and you become a pirate alliance at that point. So like, we're going to become a pirate alliance, and we're going to become the best pirate alliance, and we're going to transform this niche into something that is actually like really respected again. I think that's like our attempt, at least. So, anyway, the autarky builds. Yeah, so if we had known we were going to be hit initially onto 700 Emperor, then we could have changed to infinite nuking builds with some variety. But we didn't. And because Myrmidon hit us and lowered us from 2.7k down to 2k, like, how do I put it? Right from day one, from minute one of this whole story, like, that was ruled out. We were down to 2k Infra in seconds. There was no counterplay. So we could have never actually transitioned to better builds. Otherwise we would have, yeah. Very sad, man. I think some of us are still running, like, very weird mill builds. Like, really weird ones. Because we just had no time to prep. I've been looking at different builds, but I think the problem right now is we will need to go to, like, at least 1500 infrastructure to change our builds. And that's going to cost a lot of money. So we need to, like, do it relatively soon while we have those funds. Or we'll need to do it over time through raiding revenue. And that's going to be really painful, right? Because you're going to be, like, changing city by city with raiding revenue. Yeah, that's difficult. If you have any advice, though, I mean, you're happy to... Oh, you should share it. I will actually see if I can pull up... I'll see if I can pull up my improvement designer. Because that might be interesting to see. Don't allow that. How do I share it? Manage access. Copy link. Okay, that's a really long name. It's going to take me a minute to log into this thing. Okay. Well, I'm doing well so far. Okay, awesome. And I need to unlock the sheet. Anyone with link. And we're going to make them editors. No. Oh, come on. God damn it. I thought I'd have to retype the whole thing. 941. Yeah. Fantastic. I brought it up. See? Third time is the charm. I hope you remembers when ARG was actually a fearsome alliance, when they team up with Roz and his NSR and other paperless AAs. Yeah, 100%. That is exactly it. I remember when ARG used to be feared in this game, and that is something that we should bring back. That ARG should be something that, like, that big alliances really remember, you know. Should I remember that? My first alliance was on the receiving end of it. Yeah, so exactly. Big alliances used to actually remember ARG. And I will swipe up at that for a moment. Anyway, so builds. I was trying to figure out what was like a really effective build. I think this is what I was coming to, something like a 5051 mixed commerce police station, and some manufacturing. And you would need 1,400 infra for it. And the infrastructure, like, it's an 18-day ROI. It's not that bad. Honestly, it's fine. The cost, yeah, 0 to 40. The cost is relatively low to implement this type of build. Actually, is this right? Well, I probably need to update this sheet. I don't think it's actually importing Camelot's information. But anyway, it's a pretty low cost, even for us. I think most of us are about 1,500. There's no econ information on this, to my knowledge. You know, there's no, like, unique econ information on here. This is all, like, relatively public stuff. If you just mean the build itself, yeah, I guess the build is pretty unique. Maybe. But I mean, people will see the build because you can't hide the build. This program, or this tool, is an improvement designer. It's a modification of there's like 4 generations of it. This is the latest one. It was designed by Singularity. I borrowed it with their permission. Or borrowed, given, same diff. Very useful though, because it just means you can, like, experiment with different builds. Surprisingly, this type of build doesn't work with bauxite works, because then it just increases your production too much, and then you go negative on bauxite. So you kind of don't need it. Oh, I should actually do, it's not war, peace and it's war. And then I would go to imperialism, not urbanization. How does that change the ROI that much? Okay, that's a small difference. Honestly, 3 days difference for water peace is not that much. All things considered. I mean, for my nuke build, I had it separated out, so I had like 3 different variants for the build. I mean, what I should do is I should create something like it would basically outline what the cost of the nuke is, right? So it would be like uranium, like 250 or something, and then like aluminum, like 1,000, and then it would calculate how many of those resources, or how many of those improvements you need across the city, and then it would divide it by a number, so it'd be like divided by 5, right? So it'd be, so divided by 9 times 3, 9 times 3 times 1.5 times 1.3. Oh, you probably leave out the 1.3. 9 times 3.1.5 times... Yeah, okay, that's good enough. So that's the production of a single improvement, I think. Yeah, it is. What's the divided by 5 again? Oh, it's per city, that's why. And actually, this would be a multiplier. And so you would have 123 per city, right? So you need 8 cities on aluminum, and then you would need 8 cities on like gasoline or something, or not that many, but less. So you could create a tool to automatically generate nuke builds by creating a default template for something, aluminum or something, and then a default city template for gas, and then just listing how many of those builds you need in your city. So if you have 21 cities, you need 7 aluminum cities, 3 gasoline cities, 5 steel cities, something like that. You know, it's actually not that hard to make. It'd probably take me like 20 minutes, and then you could just plug in your nation ID. Like, you wouldn't even need to do the rest, and then it would just print out all the basic information you need. Google Sheets is fun. before the old system, if people remember that, the old Infinite Nuke build, Infinite Nuke mass sheet or whatever, the one where we had to tell everyone in the alliance how to set up Infinite Nuke builds, used to be something like, if you're above City 20, these are how all your cities should look, and it used to be like this, City 21 or whatever, and then it was like aluminum, and then gas, oh, and then like City 22 and City 23, and like 505050 whatever, and they would have to go through all of their cities and then like get the precise amounts out. It used to be so painful, and I want to avoid that this time. That would suck so much. Fraggle didn't need to make money from their nation. They had so many people paying them to not nuke them. Yes, yep. So that's something we'll look into as well. Fraggle's build wasn't really a nuke build though. Their build was more so, well, they produced food and like all this other stuff. They were just trying to make as much money as possible, and then they needed to pay a turn's expenses to continue buying nukes. The problem with the turn's expenses, though, is they were getting ludicrously high for that point of the game. Like, Fraggle had to pay 50 million to buy a single nuke after she was past 1,000. 50 mil back then is like the equivalent of like 300 mil in the game's current money. It is ludicrously high. And then people would spy the nukes. 13 cities dedicated to gas, 9 to aluminum, 8 to uranium. We also have the uranium project though, so we don't have to use as many on uranium. And also we have 4 million uranium, which is insane. I'm going to show you how much that is actually. Where is uranium consumption? Here it is. Okay, so wait, it's coming from here. Uranium, sum E4 to E23. It's something from data. Am I leaking any API keys? I'm not. Okay, that's good. That was almost worrisome. E4 to E23. Actually, why am I doing this? It's in game. Give me like 2 seconds. It just occurred to me. This is such a simple formula, and it's in game. Actually, I should know this formula off the top of my head. How do I not know this? Wow. I'm old. Damn. I'm not as active in the game as I was a few years ago, I guess. Nuclear power. 0.2, that was it. 0.2 per turn. 2.4 a day. So 2.4, yeah, okay. 2.4 uranium per 1,000. So we're going to assume every Camelot city has 1,500 infrastructure. Is that right? I'm trying to remember this. This times 1.5. That was it. 3.75. So it's 3.75 uranium per city for Camelot times 2,500 cities. So it's 9,000 uranium a day. We have 4 million uranium. We have 426 days worth of uranium. I think we have enough uranium to fund as many nukes as we want. Actually, even if you were doing the nuke numbers, 4 million divided by 250, we have enough for 16,000 nukes. Like, I think we will be fine on the uranium front. I don't think we even need to produce this stuff. In fact, it would be a waste of money to produce it. I might as well just give people access, and then they can have some of it looted. It doesn't matter. We can't even sell it. The uranium prices suck. Also, welcome, Davith. Hello. I'm so curious what the numbers on the stream are. I did a few streams on Twitch, which had a significantly lower turnout. But I guess I didn't have as big a draw. I think that it's a pretty big hook to have like Camelot's secret war plans. All things considered. I should do more. I'm actually kind of curious what Kev's response will be to the Rose global police thing. I can see him returning, not really entirely returning, but glancing the game because of Firewolf stuff. I imagine he'll side with Rose, which is very boring. This is a good question for the chat. Who do you think is best at poaching in politics and war? I heard someone say just now that Rose has the best poachers. I don't think so. I think Eclipse is right up there. I think they have really good poaching skills. I think it's not even close. And my argument for that, I guess, would be that they poach so widely from all sorts of different types of players and skills. Okay, seems unanimous right now. Eclipse is winning handily. I said Rose's page was better at poaching than Antarctica's because it looked less micro-coded. Not that Rose was inherently good at poaching. I guess that's an argument. I think they're two different things. Like, the Alliance page is not designed to attract older players. Actually, this is kind of a paradox. So, just on the types of recruitment, your Alliance page is obviously meant to get you new members, not old ones. Your recruitment messages are meant to get old ones, not new ones. In both instances, they're basically useless. Like, the return on investment for advertisements is 0. It's so bad. And the example of that is Rome. Rome spends the most on advertisements and it gets no returns. Rose and the other big alliances like Syndicate don't even try advertisements because they're such a waste of money. Yeah. Ooh. I think Antarctica, if it cleaned up its page slightly, would look much better. Because you can already see they have laid the groundwork there with custom images. That's already a huge amount of effort. It's just that the images are badly proportioned. Like, they're not even that bad on their face of it. I mean, they've got a consistent color scheme. It's a clear theme they've got going on. If I'm getting offered 6 cities by some silver-tongued devil who has me hooked, I look at their page, and if it's like Rome's, I'm not joining it. I mean, if it's like Rome's, Rome is a unique alliance, I will say that. I mean, their page, last I checked, was like 70% a real life military organization. That it was their page for like the longest time. And then it became AI Roman images with guns. Theirs is a completely unique page. I will give them that. It is completely unique, and to the people that like that, they will attract them. I don't know any though. I don't know. There's only one good page. I don't think there are that many good pages. I think there are like 3 or 4. If you want a verbose alliance page, then there were 2 alliances which have great verbose alliance pages. Weabonism and WAP. This is fantastic. Like, you ignore the weeb stuff. It's very minimalist. It's clean, in a word. Well, I mean, not the cleanest, but I mean it's relatively clean. Statement of what they are, some diplomatic information or whatever. It just looks tidy. And a big part of that is just the font and the absence of, I think, big pieces of clutter. WAP is kind of the same. Very minimalist, kind of memey. Also works in both light mode and dark mode perfectly. Actually, I'm kind of curious what it looks like in purple theme. I think purple theme probably works very well with this and this. Weeb has cool design. Honestly, love their war medals. Their war medals are brilliant. There's a few others that have done similar stuff. I think our war medals are based off of one of their old concepts. Republic of Libertas with AI slop as well. Maybe. I don't really want to look at their page right now. I have a feeling it's really bad. Actually, maybe I should look it up on phone. And if it's bad, I'll avoid it. Libertas. Oh, this is just kind of generic. I mean, it doesn't even look like AI slop. It's not that bad. Yeah, Weabonism has a very simplified design though. I really like that. And same with WAP. They've kept it very minimalist. Or at least in sort of the banners. Which, I mean, complements the rest of it. Because you can have tons and tons of text if your banners are minimalist. And if you have thick banners, you should have less text, in my book. But that's just, I guess that's more of a preference for me. Yeah, I don't know. They look fine, in my view. Whereas I don't like roses. And I don't like that traditional style. Maybe it's because I designed it, I guess. That, like, I see its flaws. Whereas I didn't do the Weabonism one, so I don't see its flaws. Still alive, I am, yep. I'm barely alive. My voice is hanging on by a thread. Mercenaries of Orbis. Okay, let me see. That's not slop. That's like not even anything. They seem very generic. But yeah, I can't even look at EOTRs because I think this would get me banned. It's like all Russian military stuff. No, it's changed. It's different now. Yeah. How delayed is the stream, actually? I wish there was a way to like see how far the lag was. Confusing. Check Nashdar's about me. Now that is a... I don't know who Nashdar is, but okay, fine. Is that AI? That doesn't look entirely like AI. I could buy that's not AI. Okay, it is AI. Yep, okay, that's probably AI. I was initially doubting it, but yeah, actually the more I look at it... Yeah... Yeah, I could see that being AI. Damn. Oh, he was a samurai person for 2 days. Okay, I thought I would know him, but I don't. It seems like he's been in every alliance ever, so I don't know anything about him. He isn't even really mercenary, because he's only been there for a week. There's a lot of well-known players, I think, that I just don't know about. I just don't encounter them. Oh wow, okay, 15 votes and 100%. Damn, I gotta do this again. That's interesting. Okay, for some of these, I'm kind of going in blind. I'm trusting that you didn't put anything on it, and from now on, I'm gonna have to check them on my phone. Fine. What is your nation name? I guess I could actually check on Discord. Who... Oh. It is... New Alls... Wow, that's a name. Did I spell that wrong? Oh. Oh, you're one of the contestants for Best Nation page. I mean, minus 20 points. But, yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. This is from, am I wrong that that's Man in the Chair? Like, the song? From, Aviators? I'm like 90% sure that is. I'm gonna check. I'm probably wrong, but I am wrong. It's similar design though. Okay, anyway. Damn, actually I should have used Aviators. Man in the Chair would have worked really well for like the Rose War stuff. That would have gone surprisingly hard. I think it's because I keep expecting a Y in Alston or whatever, but no. Oh, I see. I mean, it's a nice page. It's got a cool retro, what's that called, haze vibe or whatever. Yeah, 2.8k infra. We gotta come visit Fine and Dandy with our nukes. But yeah, Man in the Chair is a great song. It is fantastic. It's about like the billionaires. The billionaires. I'm sounding like a leftist YouTuber. Like I'm becoming Hassan. No, it's a song about how all of the billionaires were trying to create like these rocket companies. Whatever, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and whatever, and they were like, Damn, I'll just Google it because it's a really good song. I don't want to play it on stream. How do I? Yeah, it's so good. It's about how like yeah, they're all creating these rocket ships, and they're gonna leave us behind while they fly off to Mars after, you know, ruining Earth or whatever. You can, whatever your politics are, it doesn't matter. It's just like a really good song. It's got that very like dystopian vibe, just completely down. It's perfect. Okay, we'll check Davith. I'm confident Davith has not put anything terrible on his page. Gotham City. We're going to Brazil. Was this the old recruitment thing that you put on your page? Yeah, it is. How to join Event Horizon. These were really like rare back in the day, but very useful. Event Horizons though was a bit silly, I will say, because you had like a thing within a thing. It's not about who I am underneath, but what I do that defines me. Are you equally... Oh, no, I thought I was zoomed out. Usually I play the game at a zoom. Yeah. Nice page. Very cool. Are these... are these links to the wikis? Yeah, decent. Oh, okay. So he's participated in all the chess tournaments. How good are you? Oh, we played chess before. I know exactly how good you are at chess. He's good at the longer time controls, but he's not good at bullet. I used to have HTML coded page, but it kept breaking if I tried to change it. Yeah, HTML in this game is weird. Yeah, I've messed with it so many times and just failed completely. You should put on one of your videos and go AFK. Oh, I should. That is, yeah. Time to react to myself. No, I walk. You know, I put the Requentin interview on and I just walk away. There you go. Leave you with that for an hour and a half. Well, what's my playlist? How long is the P&W playlist? It's 59. My question is how many hours? Is there a way to see how many hours? That looks like a very dubious link, but okay. Analyze. Video count 58, average video length 18 minutes, total length 17 hours. I know what you're doing for the next 17 hours. It is crazy there's that many. Well, and this, which is 4 hours, is going to round it up. It's finally going to be over a day's worth of stuff. It messed with my head though how many like hours people had listened to in total over the channel's history. It is like, whoa, like so long. Because of, for 1 minute for you, just like talking, and if 10 people watch it, that's 10 minutes for them. So you're taking up like 10 minutes of consciousness. And then if that multiplies to like 100,000 over a big channel, like a PewDiePie video or whatever, then I'll pull up. Where is this? Yeah. So a PewDiePie video gets like 10 million... Oh, damn. 10 million views. And it is, say, 20 minutes long, but let's say they only watch half of it. How did I multiply that? Oh, yeah. Divided by... Wait a minute, what am I doing? Oh, it's 20 minutes divided by 2. There. Oh, it is 100 million. Okay, so it's 100 million minutes, or whatever. And, divided by 60, divided by 24, divided by 365. It's 190 years of consciousness. That is crazy, ain't it? that if he makes, say, 300 videos, he has essentially lived like 600 lifetimes. And that's only what people have watched currently. If you multiply that out across like the next 100 years, because people will watch old content, it's even more. It's ludicrously high. It's a weird thing to think about, man. It's very weird. Yeah, this is the poor spreadsheet. Actually the ad space one. Do you lease out ad space? I thought of that exact same thing. Do you remember when Shroot Farms, they were disbanding? I offered to, in the 3 weeks that they were disbanding, I said, I will give you like 500 mil, and then you give me the alliance page, and then I will turn it into a giant advertisement for us in the top 10. And he was like, no. It was such a good deal. And then all those members end up getting scammed anyway, so like at least it would have earned him something more, or it would have earned them something more. I mean, someone would have won. 100 years, if humans make it, we won't be watching YouTube. Maybe you're right. That's a good point. We'll be living in the metaverse, you know? We'll all be in VR playing SAO for Zuckerberg. Ad space, I mean, I could rent a billboard. Oh, that's an interesting one. Rent a billboard. Yeah. People will be cleaning their spaceships, getting ready to go to plants for, I don't know what that is, for holidays. Oh, planets for holidays. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. We need a lot more rockets for that. Well, actually, I take you back to this. I take you back to the aviators. If you're scared of being left behind, don't be so disturbed with dreams like mine, the realization that our world's alive. I can't sing too many lines because they don't get kicked. If I do a post about it, QR code, join EVH. You need so many malicious QR codes, man. Oh, that's an interesting one. Yeah, put QR coded stickers around the cities. Whenever someone opens their phone, it just sends them a link to join EVH. Do you really want a ton of uni students in EVH? That would be a wild advertisement. I will give you that. People would click that, and they shouldn't. Hot cultists in your area. Yeah. I mean, there's always one. There's a surprising number of cults. Like, we all think they're distant, but then you just see some down the road, and you're just like, damn. That's eerie. The real method is to go to a beach and fly one of those planes with text on the back. Oh, yeah. Create a flying advertisement. That'd be cool. Your fellow law students would be maddened by this game. They would hate it. Like, the upper ranks of the leadership in this game are all, like, mostly lawyers. But they would drive them mad. Because, I mean, there's, like, almost no codification of anything. It's all common law, essentially. Like, it's all precedent and norms and discretion. I don't know about you guys, but that would drive our law students up the wall. They would just be like, why doesn't someone write it down? And people don't read treaties. That's the other thing. So, like, statute usually takes precedence over common law, but or at least in common law countries. yeah, they would be maddened by it. They would just be like, "What do you mean the norm takes precedence over over the statute, over the treaty?" And for the civil code people, they would just be like, well, "Why isn't someone just written all these norms down and codified them?" Which I've tried to do a couple of times and to no success. You just hire a blimp at that point. Yeah, blimp maybe. If you want to talk international politics, my friend, I will happily discuss that with you. I've been talking about realism and liberalism at the beginning of this video, and like the people deciding this game have no clue what those two things are. Like they have never thought about realism at any point, which is why they don't recognize this game as a realist game. I think they look at Wikipedia. Maybe that is for some of them. I'll say that. Like, credit to Dareth, he will actually engage with like actual political ideas. I might be. Mm-hmm. I mean, I didn't hear a microwave in the background, but there might have been. It's possible. I have windows open though, so I mean, there's other people doing other things. But yeah, if you interpret politics and war through an international politics lens, it makes no sense conceptually. Like it just doesn't vibe because it's not a. How do I put it? I actually broke this down. Where did I break it down? I'd have to pull up this doc. How deep are you into your one is posted about the social contract gave me PTSD. Yeah, 100%, man. Well, it seems like Juana's post, I think, is predicated on the idea that politics and war is this, yeah, it's an international rules-based order, which it isn't. It's just, it never has been. What was I thinking? It's the foreign strategy doc. Because politics and war is not a clearly realist environment. And, like, I'm appealing to realism, but it's actually not clearly a realist environment. What am I thinking? Where would it be? It's not the. Is it foreign strategy? It's It is a strategy doc. Oh, here it is. Okay, so the international system is anarchical and the agents are alliances and diplomats. Power takes the form of material capabilities and wealth. And alliances are irrational actors that hold permanent grudges. Alliances only seek to increase or maintain their relative power and to act on grudges. Norms are the guidelines to perpetuate the status quo, and reputation is a currency. And those are principles which distinguish it from realism in real life, right? We'll call it. And I've debated this with Davith to like the ends of the earth, because we differ on specifics of it. I think I'm trying to remember his position. I don't want to articulate his position poorly, so I'll let him if he wants to. What am I thinking? But yeah, you want to interpret politics and war in a realist way because realist theories explain a lot of what happens in politics and war, and also they offer useful prescriptions. I know they're not meant to be prescriptive theories, but they can offer useful prescriptions, or push you towards them. The problem is, though, as Roberts pointed out, politics and war is not an is not an environment of competing rational actors trying to pursue self-interest. Politics and war is basically a high school. And, I mean, you could say that about real-life international politics, but it's probably unkind to do so. But if politics and war is interpreted through the lens of a high school, I mean, the cool kids sort of run the thing. The rich kids have their place. And it's very easy to end up on the outside. And I think that was his argument, that politics and war, I think, too easily drifts away from being interesting and nuanced and politics happening because of reasons, and instead being just like, what are the people in power and in the game want to have fun with, you know? There's a problem, I think, yeah. I have many takes, all of which are factually and verifiably correct. Yeah, exactly. I have the exact same position. He doesn't speak on it himself, but most of the political thought writers of the time. It's the concept of Europe. Okay. Oh, actually, I was gonna wait to see like what he was gonna say, but it just occurred to me that I should keep talking. Otherwise, it's just dead air for like 5 minutes. Concept of Europe. Yeah. So. Yeah, if you consider it sort of a concept of Europe, the problem with that is alliances do not balance properly, and they never have. They just don't know how to do it, I think. And I'll sort of explain. How do I put it? Let's look at the top 20. If you were balancing properly, these coalitions would look so much more different. A lot of these coalitions are basically, these are alliances that are hedging, right? They're not balancing, they're hedging. They don't understand how to balance that well. And so it's not the concept of Europe, at least not in the way we understood it. The concept of Europe was all about balance. It was not about hedging, or at least loosely, it was less about hedging. It has been dragging on for a while. I'm losing my mind. But I remember there was some small point of difference about the concept of Europe on why it's not applicable. But we did debate this quite a lot for a very long time. He doesn't speak on the state of nature. He does speak on social contract. I just call my mistake. Yeah, Warner is... I don't know, I like Warner's position. I like his arguments. But yeah, I think we also fundamentally disagree on how the game operates, on like the foundation. I mean, concept of Europe is all about balance. Right. So you're trying to balance against all of the states to have them keep relatively the same amount of economic and military power, so that none of them can take over the system. What's that country? Oh, no, it's not the wars. I'm thinking of Italy, the reunification of Italy. It's not the concept of Italy, but it's... I'm trying to think of it. It's not this. It's Is it not? Is it Italian reunification? If you were going to apply a balance of power type idea, the concept of Europe is probably not the right example, because they're not acting rationally and trying to balance against each other in that way. It's closer to something like the unification of Italy, where the powers competing have much larger disparities in their military power, and they're trying to conquer them. Right? The only reason they haven't conquered them is because it's because those other parties are difficult to conquer. Like, it's not because they're working together. And I think that's the distinguishing factor. I don't think there's a proper balancing happening in politics and wars upper ranks. The concept of Europe, was it similar to the United Nations? That's an interesting idea. It is definitely something we could fold into the timeline, right? Yeah, it predated the modern UN. It might have led to it. It contributed to the international development, which led to the UN. I don't think the two are entirely the same, though. I think their purposes were quite different. Yeah, the concept of Europe was more about trying to balance the material capabilities of the others. That was my understanding of it. The United Nations, that is not the primary. It's not a balancing institution. The concept of Europe wasn't an institution. The UN doesn't serve that role. I mean, you could argue there's like a concept of the concert of the world right now, but you would not just put that down into the UN. The UN is one battlefield for it. The concept of Europe, to my understanding, was not designed to maintain peace. I'm pretty sure it was designed to maintain the balance of power. To maintain the balance of power and prevent further large-scale wars. It was not to just maintain peace, to my understanding. The primary role was the balance of power. And the same is true of the network of alliances leading up to World War I. The network of alliances, I guess, was an evolution of the concept of Europe. Yes and no. I mean, they still envision taking territory off each other. They just didn't want Napoleon to conquer them all. There's an interesting argument actually on whether is there an alliance like an Austria in politics and war? Because there are lots of old alliances that want to maintain their position, and they don't want to lose any relative power, and so they're predisposed towards maintaining balance and also towards hedging when things are too dangerous. I think a lot of alliances fill that role, but they're not actually clever enough to engage with the role or take up the role. How do you put this? Who's a good example of this? Maybe I don't want to say Guardian, because they probably are more active. yeah, we could say TSs. I wouldn't count TS as like an Austria. I think TS is way too active to be an Austria. Rose, I would equate to something like Britain, though, because Rose loves to have other alliances sort of fight the wars, and then it will fund them. Yeah, I wouldn't describe TS as a British Empire. I would describe TS as more of that's a good question of who would TS be? Maybe Germany. Maybe TS would be more of a Germany. If you say proxy war, I'll leave. No, I wasn't saying that. I just meant that Rose is so much more of an economic power. And they will support other people's wars. And whether that be through loans after the war or during them, or through smaller alliances occasionally, they are much more of a... And they don't take the forefront of wars. They often play the background. What's the old European adage of... it's not precocious, Albion. Oh. I'm trying to remember. Is it predate? Oh, no. It's not duplicitous, but I think this will summon it. Perfidious. I was close. Perfidious Albion is this this concept of they'll work with you today and then they'll work with your enemies tomorrow. That is essentially what Rose is in Politics and War. Like, TS doesn't flip as easily as Rose does. That would be my argument. Oh, maybe you could make that argument about Eclipse, actually. Yeah, so Eclipse and Rose both have this sort of perfidious strategy, right? So they will flip sides. TKR, I would actually compare to something more like in Italy. They were in bad economic straits right now. Oh, no, maybe they're more like Spain. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Or maybe TFP would be more like... Actually, that's a good question. Who would be more Italy and who would be more Spain? Between TKR and TFP. What kind of deals economically is Camelot open to? I mean, we don't have the biggest economy right now. We'll find out in 6 weeks, I would say. Though I guess that's just the view of how the US was created. Maybe. I mean, if you look at the global side of the game, then you have much more options on which alliances are like which. What would the syndicate be in like a modern interpretation? Modern syndicate is like, yeah, I would say still more like Germany. I wouldn't call them UK or even US. I would say more like Germany. Like, they're in a good economic state, but they also have a few problems. And they have a very solid position, I would say. Yeah. Event Horizon might be something more like a Poland, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, they're... Oh, maybe actually no. Maybe more like... Maybe Syndicate's more like France. Maybe that's actually a better example of modern France. Yeah. Yeah, I would lean towards Syndicate being like a modern France. Rose being still somewhat similar to UK. Maybe US. Depends. What kind of deal... okay. No, nothing newer there. My country is not claiming there's... Oh, you're Polish. Fair enough. Hush. I've used so many different I've used so many different analogies for Camelot. It's been like 15 different analogies. I don't know which is more appropriate, to be honest. You're the Soviet Union. You call yourselves the Soviet Union. How many embargoes have you got, Davith? You know? I count 0, you know? Amateurs. Yeah, I mean, Rose would proxy anyone. I mean, if they would proxy themselves if they could. I've seen Rose as modern Russia generally. Oh, that's interesting. How great is that analogy? I would say no, purely on the economic front. The Rose's economy is so much more global than Russia's. He left because he didn't have any embargoes. I've scared him away. I said what thing? I forget which thing. Oh wait, the proxy was. But it's a fact. It's true. They do. I think people think I overuse it because I talk about it a lot. But I mean, it's a big issue. People don't talk about it enough. I'm the only one doing it. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of it. It's like if the sky was falling, and, yeah, I was the only one to talk about it. Damn, I know how the conspiracy theorists feel. That's a suspicious document. It randomly sends me a very suspicious looking dog. Best leader was Red Army. Maybe. I mean, he's passed, so I couldn't say. Well, I think that's that. I think we've talked all that can be talked, and my voice survived 5 hours longer than I thought it would, which is nice. Very cool. I'll do this again at some point, and we'll end this poll. Neat. And everyone's still here. You saw the end of it. You were here in the final minutes. Congrats. Very cool. I'm gonna let this catch up to wherever it's live, and then I'll end it. We do. I think that's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna do some fun stuff. Yep. What are some good games? I'm trying to think. I wonder if there's any games I can mod. Make them PNW related. I could do a Civ VI, AI or whatever, with alliances. Actually, Roberts did one with alliances and was that world game. Maybe we'll do that. Oh. Anyway, yep. Signing off. Yeah, that'd be very cool. A Hoi 4 PNW mod. If I was good at Hoi 4, I would make that.